Hello and good morning. Welcome to this special live broadcast at EastMojo. We come to you live because South Lhonak Lake, situated in North West Sikkim, has burst following incessant monsoon rainfall on the wee hours of Wednesday. First reports started coming in around 12:40 a.m., following which areas near Teesta River have been put in high alert. Initial information said that it was a cloudburst that occurred in South Lhonak Lake, but later it was informed that the lake, which was put under special embankment to avoid flash flood, supposedly burst. The flash flood made its way through River Teesta, sweeping Indreni Bridge in Singtam town, around 30 kilometres from Gangtok. Another connecting bridge of Balutar hamlet was also swept away around 4 a.m. today. So far, no casualties have been reported, but as per updates from the ground, as many as 23 army personnel are missing. Upon high alert being sounded, local residents have been evacuated. Similarly, Teesta Stage 5 Dam in Dikchu, also in Mangan district, was opened up for water disbursement after high alert. It is reported that the control room of the dam has been severely damaged. The water from Dikchu almost 1.5 hours after the lake burst was informed. So these are the visuals that you can see on your screen right now. Intense situation in Sikkim right from early in the morning. Due to sudden outburst over Lhonak Lake in North Sikkim, a flash flood occurred in Teesta River in Lachen Valley. Several army establishments along the valley have also been affected, and efforts are on to confirm details. As per reports from the Indian Army, release of water from Chungtang Dam led to a sudden increase in water level around up to 50 to 20 feet high downstream. This has led to army vehicles parked at Bardang near Singtam getting affected. Like I've mentioned earlier, 23 army personnel have been missing, and some vehicles are reported submerged under the slush. Search operations are currently underway. The visuals on your screen are from Sikkim from earlier in the morning.
One confirmed death for the milk.
We also receiving reports from the ground that says one casualty has been confirmed, a male. We are yet to get more details from regarding the casualty, but we will keep you updated as soon as we receive reports from the ground. Let me repeat once again. South Lhonak Lake, situated in northwest Sikkim, has burst following incessant monsoon rainfall on the wee hours of Wednesday. First reports started coming in at around 12:40 a.m., following which areas near Teesta River have been put on high alert. Initial information that we received said it was a cloudburst that occurred in South Lhonak Lake, but later it was informed that the lake, which was put under special embankment to avoid flash flood, supposedly burst. The flash flood made its way through River Teesta, sweeping Indreni Bridge in Singtam town, around 30 kilometres from Gangtok, and also Balutar hamlet was also swept away at around 4 a.m. today morning. I would also like to inform you that rescue operations are currently underway, and also several shelter camps have been set up, since a large number of people have been evacuated, especially from Singtam town, which is comparatively a larger town in North Sikkim, in northern Sikkim, in fact.
So I think the intensity of the visuals that you see are the cavalcade of the Chief Minister of Sikkim, who had gone to Singtam town. Now remember, this is These are scenes that perhaps many in Sikkim have never seen before. The devastating floods that swept the bridge and killed many people happened in the 60s. I think after that, this is the biggest. And you will see in some of the visuals, or hear in some of the visuals, people saying that they have never seen these kind of floods. And now this is Singtam town, which is the gateway, so to say, to South Sikkim, to West Sikkim. From here, the road diverges into South and West Sikkim, and also towards Siliguri axis. So this town has been flooded. We've never seen scenes like this. People were told at night, the police in fact requested them to move to safety. Now this again is Singtam town. Look how close the buildings are. There was some work done earlier to make embankments to save the town from erosion, and perhaps that is what has saved the buildings. As per government rules and regulations, about 60 meters has to be preserved, as the for the river bank. But slowly and surely many illegal encroachments have come up. So you can clearly see the impact of that now as nature hits back, so to say, and you can see the intensity of the river. Now it has come down. This again, one of the dams. We'll have to wait and confirm the exact location. This could be the NHPC project in Zongu, and the waters have completely now breached, which means that it is over the height of the dam. Usually it is much lower. Because of that, they had to open the sluice gates, and the impact of that has been devastating downstream. One of the challenges with dams is the silt, which gets deposited over the years, and when the sluice gates open, then along with the water, the silt and whatever debris there is in the dam moves downstream. This is again one of the reasons why so much of damage happens to bridges. We've seen another report, another video from NHPC dam downstream closer to Siliguri. I think it's a stage 3 or 4. We'll have to get that right. There, a large amount of debris has accumulated, which is a concern, to the safety of the dam itself. So Kalyan, me and Amit will be taking you through what is happening in Sikkim, especially now. This is in fact the river, the Teesta river, which is in Spate. We've already reported on 2 bridges. Indreni Bridge that goes from Singtam towards Rabangla and the Timiti estate. That bridge, we are told, has been washed away, but then there is a larger bridge in place at that location. So there is no real fear. Kalyan?
So, Karma, since you are from Sikkim, so just to give our viewers like a perspective of the distances between the lake that where the glacier burst took place and the distance from Gangtok. So, can you just walk us through what can be the situation in towns following the glacial burst?
So we are trying to get a map up. We are trying to get a Google Earth map up for that to explain exactly that. Now, Lhonak, the lake that was formed, a glacial lake that was formed because of landslides, and Amit has been following that story closely, is right on the northern side, which is very close to the Tibet, the border with Tibet. Now, it's a very challenging area, even from the Lhonak Valley to reach that spot. the officials of the government of Sikkim had gone there, the disaster relief team had gone there a couple of years ago to assess the situation, and they did come up with some temporary solutions. But the lake, I'm told, is huge, and it was very difficult at that time to really drain the lake, so to say. That did not happen, so the lake is still there. I think if the main lake were to burst, then the damage would be far, far too great. From the reports that we are getting, the breaches happened on a smaller section, hence the impact on the ground right now, if you see. Amit, if you can just take us through, this glacial lake. It has been reported in some of the media, but these are the stories that people really don't want to read. They want to forget about till it really hits you.
Yes, Karma. So basically, if we look at the term that we use, it's called GLOF. It's called glacial lake outburst floods, and we have also done stories about this in the past. We had last year we had published about how Sikkim and Arunachal glaciers were at extreme risk, and and Down to Earth, of course, being the environmental magazine that it is, 5 years ago it had done several stories, and it all the stories highlight the same thing, that these are some of the most dangerous situations that we find ourselves into. 5 years ago, we had reports that disaster management and managers and scientists in Sikkim are keeping a close watch on the lakes formed due to melting of glaciers, and the Lhonak Lake was one of them that they had pointed out. Interestingly, what they have said is that the lakes were never supposed to be this big, but the lakes have become this big because of the way glaciers have been melting. And as much as we think that we can put an embankment or two, but that's like putting a band-aid on a gushing wound. If you look at the visuals in front of on your screen right now, this is not water as we know. This is everything that has been swept along with it. This is not regular monsoon water. If you look at it, is actually looks very much like a very, very liquid version of concrete, for example. That was the first thing that it reminded me, like flowing concrete almost. So this, you can see that it's cleaning up everything in its wake. And again, long time readers of EastMojo will know that the moment monsoons become, so basically anytime post March, 15 March onwards, landslides become so common in Sikkim. And I don't need to tell you, you have been there, you drive up to Sikkim so often, that whether it is landslide, whether it is embankment being broken, it becomes such a regular news that it is no longer, even local media barely does stories on it beyond a point. This is precisely what reports have been pointing out, and I'll point out one report. This was done as early as 20. So it's like what you have to see here. In 2023, there was a report in February which said that 3 million Indians live in areas where a glacial lake outburst flood can happen anytime. This is a number that we were talking.
So this is the lake. These are exclusive pictures that we have provided by one of the officers who went on this mitigation exercise to help to see what they could do a couple of years ago. So this is the lake that could have perhaps burst and caused the havoc downstream. So this is that Lhonak, the lake that could have burst and caused the devastation downstream that we are seeing. Several efforts were made. This is in a very remote area. The altitude 17,000 plus, I'm told, even more than that. It was very difficult to move because move equipment because there are no roads. So the team had carried some pipes and all and yaks, and they tried the siphon method. They tried the siphon method in order to clear the lake, but not clearly successful in draining, because this is a huge challenge. So this is that lake that we are talking about. We'll also try to map on Google Earth, to take you through the route that the floodwaters came down on. So this is the lake. So talk more about the lake, Amit, if possible.
No, so that's what.
So we also have Pankaj, who is right now on the ground to give us an update on the situation. Pankaj, if you can walk us through, the first report started coming in at around midnight, and then the situation escalated early today morning. So at what time did you start getting the reports, and what was the situation like in the ground?
I think the first report that we received was around 3:30 at night. There was an alert initially sent by the IMD itself about a cloudburst that happened somewhere in northwest Sikkim. And the specific location of, I think, Lhonak Lake is also northwest. It's a glacial lake, and so it was always embanked into a safety of sorts, such that it doesn't keep being in this manner. But what we are getting from initial report is though not confirmed as such, but they're saying there was a cloudburst that did happen in Lhonak Lake area, in the northwest side of Sikkim. And after that, what happened was it ensued after 12:40. Thereafter, I think the river level just started rising. This is particularly River Teesta, which is the main source of the main river here. And I think all along the course of the river, we're yet to receive any information from the western part of Sikkim. But initial reports as up till now that we have received is Singtam, which is high up in near Lachung in North Sikkim, Mangan district. That area has been evacuated because that has Teesta Stage 3 dam. I think it's a very low-lying hamlet, to say, and all the people there have been evacuated. Thereafter, I think the river takes a course across Zongbu Valley and reaches Mangan district, and across Mangan, the district head, the district capital, it crosses and reaches Ikchu. Ikchu has stage 5, Teesta stage 5 dam, and that is overflown. That's a confirmed report that some of the control rooms there were also damaged. It was informed to us by the Center for Water Commission officer deputed there, and he informed us about how I think the river level, the water level rose to such an extent that it crossed over that dam itself. There's no damage to the dam as such. I mean, it's not burst as such. There might be damages. Thereafter, the river took a course and it started reaching eastern part of Sikkim. That is specifically the town of Singtam. Singtam is a very, very low-lying town. It crosses 30 kilometers from Gangtok towards Rampu. And there, I think there are two bridges that have particularly been damaged. One is the Indreni Bridge that was connecting Adarshgaon with Singtam. It's just an adjacent town across Singtam town. It's mostly residential area. Most of the houses, around 30-40 houses, had to be evacuated immediately because the water level after reaching there was almost 15 to 20 feet is what they're seeing right now.
So, Pankaj, just to give our viewers a perspective of the geography of from North Sikkim to South Sikkim, so it's all downhill, right?
So from there on, it's all down.
Okay, so that is why a high alert has been sounded in Singtam as well, right?
Yeah, it's the highlight has been founded in Singtam. Rampu specifically, if I have to mention, Rampu is more, I think, populated than Singtam is also. Some of the regions there are a place called IBM, which is just across Rampu town, just before Rampu town. IBM is a small little hamlet again. That, I think, there are extensive damages that have been reported. But sadly, we are unable to reach there because the highway between, the NH10 between Singtam and Rampu, the 10-kilometer stretch, in between also there have been many damages to the road, so the vehicles are unable to cross. Safe to say, I think any vehicle coming from the Silguri side, towards the NH10, crossing over Rampu, they are unable to reach Gangtok now. That has been cut off. That's a certain.
Since rescue operations are also underway, so what are the biggest challenges the administration is facing right now? Is it reaching to the spot one of the challenges right now?
Mostly, I think the fear and I think a large number of casualties might get reported from Singtam town is what they are fearing. Right now, I think we've just received information and actually I've also sent across the visuals of the thing. One casualty was reported. He was a male. I think he was above 40 years is what we can presume him to be. He was just, his body was just recovered, and I think there's another report, is a vague report about a mother also and a child also being stuck in one of the houses there. A couple of houses have already been damaged and they've collapsed to the river also. And one of those, I think, mother is also one of the victims, but we're not certain about that. But the meal, one meal has been, the body has been recovered. NDRF is deputed here at the spot. SDRF, the State Disaster Relief Force, is also here. The Disaster Management Minister himself and the Secretary, the District Administration, all of them are deputed here. Most of them are on the spot also. Some of them have returned. Chief Minister himself, Prem Singh Gole, he himself reached Singtam town at 8 a.m. in the morning this morning. He took stock of the situation, visited the place where Indreni Bridge did exist until this morning, and thereafter I think he made his rounds back to the Gangtok town, and I think there's a bigger information that might come through from district administration after some time, I think.
Okay, Pankaj,
the
and
report, so
also a lot of shelter camps have also been set up. Like you mentioned, there's one relief center opened at Singtam Senior Secondary School. So,
Yes,
what is the kind of rush that you're seeing on the ground at the relief camps?
Mostly, I think these are people who were living close to Adarshgaon and across the Balutar area. Balutar belt is right at the bank of the river itself, so to say. And these people have been rescued. Those that have, I think, already lost their homes. Some of them cannot go back to their homes. These people have been evacuated there. But most of the people, ideally, are not even camped there at the relief camp. Most people are still in chaos. They're still moving across Singtam town, taking visuals and visiting the places, because up until 6 in the morning, people were not even aware about what exactly was happening. There were alarms sounded at around 1:30, and since then they have been up. The water level rising and everything was a concern for them, but they were not sure whose houses were getting damaged and who was a casualty. So everybody is trying to find out people around, and I think right now there's a major rush in Singtam town. Vehicles coming across, people are trying to find their people. So things like that are happening right now.
So right now, all the focus is on rescuing people and the rescue operations. Is there has there been any information provided regarding the water level receding? Can we expect the water level to recede anytime soon?
We haven't received any such information. I think around 7 a.m. in the morning, we got an official confirmation about the water level rising up to 15 to 20 feet. I think we've also got an additional information from the army also. I think you've also been informed about that. That's how I think 23 army personnel there. This is in Singtam, right? 23 army personnel in Bordang. This is between Singtam and Rampu town. They've gone missing. There was an army camp right there, and I think that's another report we've just received also this morning.
Okay, Pankaj, thank you so much for update. We'll get back to you for more, but don't go anywhere and keep us updated on any kind of development that happens on the ground. Thank you so much for sharing all the information with us.
The latest road updates have also come, Kalyan. If we are to look at NH10, the National Highway 10, so the road is blocked at 19th mile near Singtam. Malli, which is in West Bengal, it's en route to Siliguri. That is blocked at 29th mile. Likhebir near Teesta, West Bengal, and Sikkim, the route from Malli, which is in Sikkim, to Gangtok, that is also blocked near Malli Bazar, West Bengal. Now these visuals are very important for some of you who might know. This is National Highway 10, and this is the turn. If you are coming from Gangtok, Kalimpong, you turn here to go towards Darjeeling, and if you've been here, the river is never at this point. It is at least about 50 or 30 meters below. Now this road is completely flooded, so you can just imagine the volume of water that is flowing right now. So river right up to the road, making the route to Darjeeling inaccessible. Straight if you go, you head towards Siliguri. I think these are visuals of Singtam again. Look at the water level. Most of the houses here, especially the lower levels, have been inundated. I think it's also a wake-up call for many citizens to really think about, how to construct houses near rivers.
So, Kama, I would like to understand one thing here.
Add one point over here. We've just got data that also the one thing that has also made situation much worse, not just the lake outburst. but also the excessive amount of rainfall. So rainfalls here during the last 48 for 24 hours over North Sikkim, Mangan and Lachen have been relatively okay. Mangan is at 2.5 millimeter, Lachen is at 6.5 millimeter. But get this, Kabi received 30.8 millimeter of rainfall in just 24 hours, and Sankalan received 39 millimeter of rainfall. That's a ridiculous amount of rain to fall in 24 hours, and especially in places where roads, highways, whether it is a highway, whether it is a street road, all of them are almost always in dangers of landslides. We have seen so many landslides in Sikkim now, and within this, when you see such numbers, it also becomes easy to understand that it's a case of a lot of things going wrong at the same time. So Sikkim has anyways one thing that, in fact, this is something that we are working on right now, and we just inform our readers, is this
That's the person
that's
who
the
died.
first body that we have, and just a trigger warning for people who are watching it, this is the first confirmed deaths that we have, reports of which we have received. It's a male, and the person is in his 40s. So just be apologies for that. So what we are saying is that basically the amount of rainfall that has been very high, so much so that even without had the lake not burst, even then this would have happened. The situation was already very grim, and then the lake outburst has just made the situation so much worse. So this is something that we have to be careful about. Sikkim remains on high alert for now.
And also being stuck in.
So Karma, just to understand the geography of the area, like Pankaj mentioned, it's uphill towards North Sikkim, and towards Gangtok it's more downhill. So are there chances that the flood water may rush towards Gangtok? And
No chance at all. It's very different. See, we are talking about the Teesta river basin. The Teesta flows. This entire flooding has taken place along the Teesta river. So there is no chance that Gangtok could get hit. So all the towns and cities that come along the route of the Teesta, those towns have been hit, mostly smaller towns, as you can see in these visuals. Malli, Singtam, Chungthang, because there is a dam. So all these places have been hit. There are more visuals coming, and we will try and share some of those visuals. These are early morning visuals when the Chief Minister of Sikkim went to visit Singtam and see for himself the damage. Near Singtam there is one bridge, the Indreni Bridge, which has been washed away, connectivity to South and West Sikkim, but there's a bigger bridge. So I think the transport, that's where the bridge stood. So that bridge has been washed away by these floods.
So Pankaj also spoke to locals there who mentioned that they have not seen anything like this before. If you can have the bite of the local on the screen.
कल रात जो कांड उसके बारे में थोड़ा बता दीजिए।
वो हम लोग का तो गाड़ी, वो पुलिस का वैन आया तो साइरन बजाया तो खोला, वो नदी का बहाव बढ़ रहा है, तो हम लोग का जितना सारा हम लोग यूथ मिलके सब जितना आदमी है उन लोग को निकाल के वो उधर एरिया हॉस्पिटल के कितना उधर अपर एरिया में पहुंचा दिया। तो उसके बाद हम लोग 15 यूथ थे, जितना सब वो फंसा हुआ आदमी को हम लोग ने फायर ऑफिसर के साथ मिलके दोरी रस्सी से लेके तो नीचे का जितना इतना गहरा पानी मिट्टी के गिर के कितना आदमी है सब निकाल के, तो उन लोग का अब कितना आदमी इधर नीचे भी कितना आदमी तो दब गया, वो तो निकाल भी नहीं, क्योंकि वो घर का लेवल से हाई में आ सकता था, तो हम लोग भी नहीं जा सकते थे, तो कितना सकते थे वो निकाल दिया। तो अभी थोड़ा कितना 2-3 हाउसेस है वो थोड़ा इम्पॉसिबल है जाने के लिए, क्योंकि हम लोग के यूथ है, हम लोग के पास वो इक्विपमेंट भी नहीं है उधर जाने के लिए, तो इसीलिए हम लोग का ज़रा प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है।
बस 2 चीज़ पूछना है, कितने लोगों को आपने बचाया?
हम लोग ने जैसा बचाया इधर जैसे 15-20-30 मतलब बचाया, क्योंकि इधर वो बीजेपी ऑफिस की उधर भी एक तो बूढ़ा आदमी था, उन लोग स्ट्रेचर में लेके करके हम लोग फायर ऑफिसर के साथ काम करके निकाल दिया और स्पॉइंट स्कूल से स्टूडेंट निकाल दिया। इधर नीचे
स्कूल के बच्चे?
स्कूल के बच्चे के इधर भी हॉस्टल का भी दो कितना 5-10 बच्चे निकाल दिया।
स्कूल में कोई डैमेज हुआ है?
स्कूल में डैमेज तो नहीं हुआ, तो डैमेज नहीं, वो तो मट्टी तो बहुत गिर गया, डैमेज है।
पानी का भाव कितना ऊंचा तक आया, मतलब 2-3 मंजिल तक आया था?
पानी का आपको रोड की तक रोड तक आया अभी, क्योंकि घर जाने का भी रास्ता नहीं है, सब बैक है।
अच्छा, तो कल
तो उनका जो जितना भी गवर्नमेंट मशीनरीज है सबको अलर्ट करके लोगों का जान तो बचा है, मगर अभी पूरा रिपोर्ट आना बाकी है, हमें अभी देखना है।
सर आपका क्षेत्र में भी बहुत सारे लॉस हुआ है, रिपोर्ट मिला है।
हाँ, अभी जान माल का तो उतना नुकसान नहीं हुआ, मगर पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी है जो बहुत सारा डैमेज हो रहा है। जो डैमेज हुआ है तो मैं अभी जा रहा हूँ अपने प्रत्यक्ष रूप से चेक करके और उसका रिपोर्ट हम गवर्नमेंट को भेजेंगे।
सर डिक्सू में जो डैम है, डैम में भी कुछ डैमेज?
वहाँ पर एक मंदिर था, डैमेज है। वहाँ पर एक घर, कंसा काजी बोलने वालों का एक घर गया है और बहुत सारे लोगों का प्रॉपर्टी डैमेज हुआ है।
सर सिंगटम में क्या क्या डैमेज है, आपको क्या रिपोर्ट है?
अभी तक तो थोड़ा बिल्डिंग वगैरह डैमेज हुआ है, प्रॉपर्टी डैमेज हुआ है और लगता है कुछ लोगों का भी वहाँ पर गुमशुदा है। अभी उसका रिपोर्ट बाकी है और डीसी लोग जो सभी गवर्नमेंट मशीनरी से वो काम कर रहे हैं, उसका रिपोर्ट शायद 1-2 घंटे में आ जाएंगे। थैंक यू। तो उनका जो
কামৰণ দিৱস বাইকটো শেষ হ'লে Tumin Linge MLA, Mr. Ugen Gyatso, who has reached Singtam earlier today in the morning and shared that rescue operations are currently underway and more officials are being brought in to provide relief and rescue, to continue relief and rescue operations in the flooded areas.
You know, it will take time. Today, a whole day, I think, you know, looking at the damage, it's sad, but you know, I think there will be more casualties very big because it was a very chaotic night. It's been a chaotic morning as well. I am now hearing that the waters are subsiding a bit in some of the areas, but through the night it was devastating. If you can see these visuals and see the grey marks on those buildings, you know, that's still where the water had reached. So you can well imagine how high the waters must have been. I am also told right now that North Sikkim, Chungthang, Lachen and those areas which are along the River Teesta were cut off till morning. When the phone lines were working, it's the people from these villages who were able to warn people downstream and say that yes, there is flooding. There you can see one of the cars which has been washed away. Most of the cars which are parked along the highway when this torrent hit were washed away several kilometers downhill. I am told some of the cars are at one of the dams which are downstream from River Teesta. We have the map?
Yes.
So if you can play the map, I'll try to show you what exactly, you know, so this is the lake, the Lhonak Lake, and as I said earlier, the government of Sikkim did try. Now coming downstream from Lachen down, now this is where, this is Chungthang. This entire town was evacuated yesterday. People moved to higher locations. The reason why? Because there is a dam here at Chungthang. So that's the dam. If you can see, there's the hydro project dam, and the river flows downhill, causing more damage in some of the areas. The bridges were washed away, and then as we come downhill, the other town to be hit completely was Singtam town. We've been playing some of the visuals there. The Chief Minister also went to visit. So this is the town which was hit, and the bridge, one of the bridges here, the Indreni Bridge, not visible in this picture really. That Indreni Bridge was washed away. This is Bardang, from where the 23 army personnel are said to have been missing. There you can see a CSD canteen, and usually the armed forces park their vehicles here. Also coming down, you will see the Teesta hydro project there. Now this is Malli town, another small town on the highway to Gangtok, Darjeeling, I'm told, which has been hit severely. Some of the houses here have been washed away, and people who couldn't get away were trapped. Rescue operations underway. This is the dam, the Teesta hydro project stage 3 dam. Now here we've got a video from one of the officials of the dam saying that a lot of debris has accumulated near this dam. Logs, vehicles, whatnot, everything is accumulated in this dam. So this is the route that the Teesta river really takes, and along the route there has been devastation.
So Amit, I would like to you to come in here. So we have been discussing that about such levels of floods taking place in the past.
Indeed. In fact, Kalyan, I would like to remind our readers that quite a few of our EastMojo readers might remember the Assam-Mizoram border incident that happened 2 years ago. So that was right after the meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. I remember that was a meeting with all the Northeast leaders in Shillong. And in that, the Sikkim government, interestingly, on July 24th had had actually submitted a proposal for setting up a task force to manage the 13 glacial lakes that are in Sikkim. So this is an issue, and as we said earlier, Down to Earth had done stories 5 years ago. We have stories from earlier this year that 3 million people are at risk. So contrary to what some people might say, this is not unexpected, because this is something that is always expected in a region which is like so at such high altitudes, where landslides have become a common feature, where rains have become a byword for destruction. You did not have this level of destruction 10-15 years ago, and now you seeing it's become, that's what I'm saying, it's even we have been guilty of sometimes ignoring regular landslide reports because there isn't much to say in it, for example. So Sikkim has been particularly vulnerable. These regions have been highlighted time and again, that the glacial lakes have, and because of global climate change, you can't say global warming anymore, but because of climate change, the lakes have been getting bigger in size, and there is literally no way to manage this. It is not something that you can control. So as and when something goes wrong, and as we said, there are two factors that we have to point out. There are two things that have gone wrong, which has led to the current situation. One is the glacial lake outburst flood that has happened, and ridiculously high amounts of rainfall in the past 24 hours in certain parts of North Sikkim. So there are two factors. Remember, there are two factors that have contributed to this situation, and as the visuals are showing, that this is not just river water anymore. This is slush. This is everything that is lying in the wake. Homes, we will only be getting reports in time, but it is pretty clear that damages will be extensive. As you can see, a lot of projects under construction are also going to be hit big time. Electricity poles are going to be hit. Water supply is going to be hit. So these regions are in for a tough few days, to put it mildly. And as you said, like the highway has been blocked in parts. So this is also going to affect other parts, even if they may not be directly affected. And once again, this is a timely reminder that Northeast in general is very susceptible to situations like this, and we have time and again tried to highlight this, but it certainly does not make news the way other things make news. So there is that.
So far, 6 districts have been affected: Gangtok, Pakyong, Mangan, Namchi, Gyalsing and Soreng. In Soreng, all roads are currently clear, but only four-wheel drive vehicles can only pass through those roads. Meanwhile, the state I'll just update you on the road situations in some of the districts. In Gangtok, the district court in Gangtok via Tamang Gumpa has been blocked. Singtam to National Highway number 32, one way is clear at near 14 mile area. Then Singtam to Rongpo Highway has been blocked. Singtam to Dikchu Highway has been blocked. Singtam to Sang is clear, although rest all roads are clear and motorable as of now in Gangtok. Meanwhile, in Pakyong, Barapathang to Kochen road has been blocked. Rongpo to Rorathang road has been clear for only light vehicles. Pakyong to Rorathang road blocked further downhill. Airport alternative route via Nobgaon, Dughalakha. That's the only route that is clear as of now. If anyone is traveling to Pakyong Airport, he or she will have to take the alternate route, that is via Nobgaon, Dughalakha. In Mangan, the Mangan to Dikchu road has been blocked near Pidang Bridge. Mangan to Gangtok has been cleared, although Mangan to Chungthang road has been blocked, whereas in Namchi, Ravangla to Yangang has been blocked. Berimok to Namchi, Barmyok, sorry, to Namchi has been blocked. Jorenthang to Meli has been blocked. Pardon me about the pronunciation.
I think Karma should tell us the names.
Jorthang to Meli has been blocked. Namchi to Rangpo via Namthang and Mamring has been blocked. So these a lot of roads. In fact, some of the major roads have been blocked in the 7 districts of the state right now.
We'll be trying to get you more visuals because we are continuously now getting visuals from different locations and trying to confirm some of the visuals because we do not want to play visuals which are not related to this incident. Singtam town was flooded. The town has never seen water like this ever. Also downstream, Malli, which is on the access towards Siliguri, that town suffered. A lot of water got in. We are told several houses were washed away, several vehicles were washed away. This is the road going towards Darjeeling. So if you are coming from Gangtok or if you are coming from Siliguri, this is where you turn towards Darjeeling. Now this is where the water has come up to. The water used to be way, I think at least about 100 meters below where it is right now. So this road goes towards Teesta town. From there we drive up to Darjeeling. This road has been completely inundated. Amit, if you can talk about the earlier articles that were clearly there warning about a catastrophe. So nobody really wanted to touch this topic because people usually only worry about these stories when the disaster actually hits them.
Exactly. So just highlighting a story, as we said, from February 2020, earlier this year, from February, which said that 3 million Indians live in areas where a glacial lake outburst flood can happen at any time. And globally, this number stands at 90 million karma. But interestingly, just 4 highly populous countries account for 50% of the globally exposed population, and of which India, Pakistan, Peru and China. So these are the 4 countries where half of the 90 million people live. So we have, this is, as I said, this is not something that was unimaginable, because anybody who has followed this has been saying time and again that this is something that is very dangerous, this is what can happen, and this is something that has been highlighted time and again by people in Sikkim also. And I mean, the problem is, the moment you talk about such stories, people always look at it as negatively and saying that, oh, you are talking, it's only negative news that is gone, this is what you want to focus on, there is no, this is too much to, And even now, the first thing people will say is like, oh, praying for safety, because that apparently will help. But sure, whatever helps people. The thing that I am trying to repeat time and again is that this is a situation that has happened in Sikkim. It has happened again. This time the situation is much worse, and this is something that can happen in Arunachal also, because Arunachal also has several regions which are facing this kind of problem. So don't be surprised if some kind of news like this emerges out of Arunachal also. However, Arunachal could be slightly luckier, because Arunachal is a much bigger state and the population is much more spread as opposed to Sikkim, where populations are largely concentrated along the highway. So this is something that is, as we said, this has happened, and you can see the visuals. This is something that is not going to get away anytime soon. And in fact, I would just like to remind non-Sikkimese readers that several parts of Gangtok have also been complaining about sinking. So this is a problem that has been, Sikkim has been, it is turning into an ecological nightmare on multiple fronts, and this has been highlighted by Sikkim people a lot of times, but this is something that is not going to change anytime soon, it seems.
So from the visuals, we can understand the gravity of the situation, not just the ground floors, but also several floors of multi-story buildings were submerged in flood.
In fact, we are just receiving visuals now that Kalimpong is also getting hit. So we are just receiving, we have received, a friend of mine is sending me visuals right now, and we are seeing that the situation is pretty bad in Kalimpong also. So this is something that, as I said, like this is something that could be spreading, and even though water levels have receded, it seems a little bit, but the damage, it will take quite a while for us to actually assess the damage, because for now it is just rescue mode right now.
So I'd just like to give a roundup of what happened in Sikkim for our viewers. So it was South Lhonak Lake, situated in North West Sikkim, where that burst over following incessant rainfall on the wee hours of Wednesday morning. The first reports started coming in at around midnight, following which areas near Teesta river were put on high alert. Initial information suggested that it was a cloud burst that occurred in South Lhonak Lake, but later it was informed that the lake, which was put on the special embankment to avoid flash flood, had burst. The following flash flood made its way through Teesta river, sweeping Indreni Bridge and in Singtam town, which is around 30 kilometres from Gangtok, and another connecting bridge of Balutar hamlet was also swept away earlier today morning. So far, one person has been confirmed dead. He was in his mid-40s. We are yet to ascertain his identity and his name, but we've also been informed that 23 army personnel and several vehicles of the Indian Army are missing. As per information from Mangan District Administration, Chungtang town, which is around 90 kilometers from Gangtok, houses Teesta Stage 3 dam and has been put on high alert, and evacuation process is currently underway. A lot of shelter camps and relief camps have also been set up, which is getting a lot of where people who are being evacuated from the flood hit areas are being brought in, and you can see the visuals here, and the intensity of flood is clearly understandable from the visuals itself. We also spoke to some of the locals and one of the MLAs earlier in the morning. If you please listen into what they had to say.
आप जो कांड उसके बारे में थोड़ा बता दीजिए।
वो हम लोग को तो गाड़ी वो पुलिस का वैन आया तो साइरन बजाया तो खोला, वो नदी का भाव बढ़ रहा है, तो हम लोग का जितना सादा हम लोग यूथ मिल के सब जितना आदमी है उन लोग को निकाल के वो उधर एरिया हॉस्पिटल के कितना उधर अपर एरिया में पहुँचा दिया। तो उसके बाद हम लोग 15 यूथ से जितना सादा वो फंसा हुआ आदमी को हम लोग ने फायर ऑफिसर के साथ मिल के दोरी रस्सी तो नीचे का जितना इतना गहरा पानी मिट्टी के गिर के कितना आदमी है सब निकाल के तो उन लोग का अब कितना आदमी इधर इधर नीचे भी कितना आदमी तो दब गया वो तो निकाल भी नहीं क्योंकि वो घर का लेवल से हाई में आ सकता था तो हम लोग भी नहीं जा सकते थे तो कितना सकते थे वो निकाल दिया तो अभी थोड़ा कितना 2-3 हाउसेस है वो थोड़ा इम्पॉसिबल है जाने के लिए क्योंकि हम लोग के यूथ है हम लोग के पास इक्विपमेंट भी नहीं है उधर जाने के लिए तो इसीलिए हम लोग का ज़रा प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है।
बस 2 चीज़ पूछना है, कितने लोगों को आपने बचाया?
हम लोग ने जैसा बचाया इधर जैसे 15-20-30 मतलब बचाया क्योंकि इधर वो बीजेपी ऑफिस की उधर भी एक तो बुरा आदमी था उन लोग स्ट्रेचर में लेके हम लोग फायर ऑफिसर के साथ काम करके निकाल दिया और इस पॉइंट स्कूल से स्टूडेंट निकाल दिया इधर नीचे स्कूल के बच्चे के इधर भी हॉस्टल का भी कितना 5-10 बच्चे निकाल दिया।
स्कूल में कोई डैमेज हुआ है?
स्कूल में डैमेज तो नहीं हुआ तो डैमेज नहीं वो तो मट्टी तो बहुत गिर गया डैमेज है।
पानी का बहाव कितना ऊंचा तक आया, मतलब 2-3 मंजिल तक आया था?
पानी का आपको रोड की तक आया अभी क्योंकि घर जाने का भी रास्ता नहीं है सब बैक है।
तभी गवर्नमेंट मशीनरी से सबको अलर्ट करके लोगों का जान तो बचा है मगर अभी पूरा रिपोर्ट आना बाकी है, हमें अभी देखना है।
सर आपका क्षेत्र में भी बहुत सारे लॉस हुए हैं ऐसे रिपोर्ट मिला है।
हाँ अभी जान माल का तो उतना नुकसान नहीं हुआ मगर पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी है जो बहुत सारा डैमेज हो रहा है। जो डैमेज हुआ है तो मैं अभी जा रहा हूँ अपने प्रत्यक्ष रूप से चेक करके और उसका रिपोर्ट हम गवर्नमेंट को भेजेंगे।
सर डिक्सू में जो डैम है डैम में भी कुछ डैमेज
वहाँ पर एक मंदिर था डैमेज है, वहाँ पर एक घर खानसा काजी बोलने वालों का एक घर गया है और बहुत सारे लोगों का प्रॉपर्टी डैमेज हुआ है।
सर सिंगटम में क्या क्या डैमेज है आपको क्या
अभी तक तो थोड़ा बिल्डिंग वगैरह डैमेज हुआ है, प्रॉपर्टी डैमेज हुआ है और लगता है कुछ लोगों का भी वहाँ पर गुमशुदा है। अभी उसका रिपोर्ट बाकी है और डीसी लोग जो सभी गवर्नमेंट मशीनरी से वो काम कर रहे हैं उसका रिपोर्ट शायद 1-2 घंटे में आ जाएंगे।
So that was one of the locals and an MLA. In fact, the local had said that he had not seen disaster at such level of such intensity ever in his life, and the efforts were made from all sections of the society. People had come together to rescue those affected by the floods, and more people are being brought in, more administration officials are being brought in to continue rescue operations. And you can see the visuals. These are from earlier today, earlier in the morning, where a lot of water in large quantity had gushed in towards Singtam and Chungthang town. Water level had significantly risen at Teesta river, in fact.
After the Teesta Bridge, the road that turned left towards Teesta Bazaar. So you can see what has happened of it. The water is right on the road level, and this is what is remaining of the road. This road that you see, this one, goes to Siliguri, whereas this road was the road that
So these are the visuals of Teesta river, which flows downhill from Chungtham towards Singtam. You can see the water level that has significantly risen in the river here. So we had the initial report said that it was a cloud burst, but later it was confirmed that it was actually lake outburst at Lhonak Lake, situated in North West Sikkim. The first report started coming in at around midnight, and the situation escalated further at around 4 a.m. Around between 3 to 4 a.m. today in the morning. Heavy inflow of muddy water was seen in several water bodies, including Teesta. So these are the visuals of the muddy water that has been flowing after dams have been released to provide relief to some of the areas in the uphill areas of Sikkim. Rescue operations are currently underway, and a lot of relief camps have also been set up. Chief Minister P.S. Gole have also moved towards had also gone towards Singtam, Chungthang earlier in the morning, and we are getting more updates from the ground. So just to give you a brief idea of the kind of rainfall the state received in the past 24 hours, Mangan received 2.5 mm rainfall, Kabi received 30.8 mm rainfall, in Lachen it was 6.7 millimeter, in Sangklang it was 39 mm rainfall. So incessant rainfall is the reason behind such amount of this intensity of flash floods that taking place that has hit Sikkim today since early in the morning. Comparatively higher rainfall has been recorded in northern Lachen and Mangan, however received lesser rainfall. And Northwest Sikkim received the most amount of rainfall in the past 24 hours. So the visual that you're seeing on your screen is from one of the dams where the water has been released following the outburst in Lhonak Lake. And you can see the mud and the silt that has accumulated at the dam, and it's mostly muddy water that is gushing towards the downhill areas, including Singtam and Teesta River as well.
मैसेज कर दो, इज रेडी, इज जस्ट होल्ड 10 minutes पहले बता दो, विल बी अवेलेबल, वी जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर मैसेज फ्रॉम वन ऑफ अस.
Several houses have been damaged. This is the highway NH10, which goes from Sikkim, Darjeeling towards Siliguri. As you can see, all the smaller places which were along Teesta River, like this one, the houses have been submerged. Some of the houses, we are told, in this area have been washed away. Never before has this region seen floods, flash floods of this level. I think it was in the 60s. We'll have to get a confirmation on the exact date when there was a devastating flood like this. We're also getting a report which is being compiled by the State Control Room of the Disaster Department. Now, what they have said is that the glacial lake outburst flood. This is what they are calling it. They are calling it the glacial lake outburst flood. Now, only portions of the Lhonak Lake. We have a map. We will try and play that map for you right now. Now, this is the map. Right at the beginning, now this is Chungthang. If you can play this map from the beginning, I will just take you through the main lake. Now, the Lhonak Lake that we are talking about. We'll try and play that map. So this is Chungthang. Here in Chungthang, we are told the dam has been completely destroyed. Now, this caused the rise in water level and the water, of course, coming downstream in very high velocity. The Teesta River Basin. Now, this happened in the early hours of October 4th. It caused damage in many places in Sikkim. Portions of the Lhonak Lake. Then, if you look at Malli, it measured about 227 meter. That's how high the river rose. And it is 3 meters above the danger level. Now, the river was flowing 3 meters above the danger level at 6 a.m. The Central Water Commission, that is the CWC, says that the CWC says that the flood occurred at midnight of October 4th. Simultaneously, flood forecasts for both India and Bangladesh were made at 0600 hours. Right now, the Teesta River is flowing below the warning level at the Central Water Commission check area, which is their station they have at Damoni, which is the station. The water level at 6 a.m. was 84.83 and is expected to reach the warning level within 6 hours. So that's what they're expecting. Downstream, there is a warning out for floods. Similarly, around 1 a.m. on October 4th, the major flooding of the Teesta was reported from Chungthang. We have marked in this map Chungthang that it happened in the wee hours of the morning. Then slowly the flood waters reached the low-lying areas and the remaining district, causing serious destruction to public property and infrastructure in these areas like Singtam town, which is being shown in the map. The periphery has been affected. Districts, of course, sprung into action. Relief and rescue is on the way. The state disaster relief team, the state Sikkim Home Guard, Civil Defence and NDRF have been deployed in several areas. As per the report received from SSDMA, the following damages have been reported. Mangan district. Now, Chungthang is cut off due to the Tung bridge. There is a bridge at a place called Tung in North Sikkim that has collapsed. 4 houses collapsed and washed away at Phidang. 2 houses washed away at Dikchu along with the river line. They are all in danger. Also 2 temporary houses of the Border Roads Organization, and 2 laborers of the Border Roads Organization, GREF, are reported missing at Sankalang. This is also in North Sikkim near Mangan. 1 person is reported missing from Phidang. Also, the GREF crusher plant at the old police barrack have been washed away at Tung, and here 4 people have been reported missing. So in all, just the Border Roads Organization are reporting about 10 people missing. A forest guest house and 2 units of the government quarters at Sankalang in North Sikkim have been washed away. 4 people have been injured and taken to Singtam hospital. 25 people were rescued in this town. Now, Namchi district, the other district which is also affected, the LD Kazi bridge washed away. We've been talking about the Indreni Bridge at Singtam. That bridge has been washed away. A relief camp has been set up at Namping Sai Mandir. About 500 people have taken shelter there in these relief camps. Also, a relief camp has been set up at the Pranami Mandir, Pakyong district. 2 minor injuries, 1 reported dead in West Bengal, and 1 person is under observation at the Rongpo, again on NH10. There, 1 person has been admitted. 23 army personnel have been missing, and 1 person has been rescued from Bardang. So this is the latest report that is coming in from the state disaster relief. So this is the latest information that's been received. Kalyan.
So we are getting more visuals from Sikkim that describes the intensity of floods and damages that have been caused to areas such as Singtam and Singtam, and the amount of water that have gushed towards Teesta river. So a lot of slush have also accumulated at the dams, following which the dams were released, and then following which muddy water have rushed towards the cities, in fact.
So the latest information coming in now, as far as the Border Roads Organization are concerned, they are reporting now. These are the bridges which are, of course, looked after by the Border Roads Organization. That's the General Reserve Engineer Force. They are reporting that these bridges have collapsed. Zema 3, that bridge has collapsed. BSD Bridge, that's also collapsed. Teesta Bridge, the Chungthang Bridge, which is the most important, connectivity, provides connectivity to the northern access towards the Tibetan border. Now that bridge has collapsed. Tung Bridge has collapsed. So total from Mangan, which is the district headquarters, towards Chungthang, about 5 bridges have collapsed. At Fidang, lower downstream from Chungthang, 6 houses were totally damaged. Also reporting the houses of some of the people whose houses have been damaged here. 2 bikes, 1 pickup vehicle, and 1 lady. One lady is missing from this area. At Sankalang, 2 laborers who worked at the Border Roads Organization, they are missing. They are believed to have been swept away along with their house and their cattle. Again, I'm repeating, forest guest house along with ground of Namprikdang and a house there have been washed away. So several reports, Kalyan, of damage to property, missing people. I'm sure these numbers will continue to come in as and when the rescue teams reach these areas and are reported. Still very early, to give a complete picture of how many people are injured, missing, or found dead. At least 1 person has been found dead, sadly, and his body has been recovered.
So according to the Central Water Commission, the flood occurred at around midnight on October 3. Simultaneously, flood forecasts for both India and Bangladesh were made at around 6 a.m. and 2 p.m. The River Teesta is flowing below the warning level at CWC Domohani FF station. The water level at 6 a.m. is at 84.83 meters and is expected to cross its warning level within 6 hours. So this was the warning that was issued by Central Water Commission on October 3rd. At around 1 a.m. on October 4th, the major flooding of Teesta River took place and was reported from Singtam. Likewise, at around 2:30 p.m., the flood had reached the low-lying areas of the remaining districts, causing serious destruction to public properties and public infrastructure. The communication network under Mangan district surrounding Chunthang and its periphery has been affected. Districts and administration also sprung into action and immediately initiated the evacuation of people from the low-lying areas. Like we've seen in the visuals earlier, that a lot of people have been shifted towards the relief camps, and more people to provide disaster relief are being brought in, and to rescue those stuck in the flood hit areas. Teams of SDRF and NDRF have also been deployed. State Home Guard and Civil Defence have been deployed in the affected areas. As per report by the Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority, the following damages in Mangan district, Gangtok, Namchi and Pakyong. These are some of the districts that have been mostly affected because of the floods.
This is the famous Coronation Bridge. The visuals are from the famous Coronation Bridge built by the British during the time they were ruling, as their passage from the Doors towards Darjeeling, Kalimpong and Sikkim. Here you can see the Teesta River flowing far above the danger mark. We don't see the river in spate at this level. Perhaps a warning has now been issued for people downstream. A flood warning has been issued by the Central Water Commission. So these are visuals from the Coronation Bridge. That gives vital connectivity from the Chicken Neck, towards Sikkim, Kalimpong, Darjeeling, and from here on you can also go to Siliguri and the Bagdogra airport. So important access and a very important bridge, clearly showing the river flowing. Now there are several dams along River Teesta. In fact, one of the dams is a few kilometers above this bridge, the Teesta Stage 3. And at Teesta Stage 3, one of the officials there sent a visual of the dam and how precariously placed it is at this point, because a lot of debris has accumulated at the dam site. We are talking about logs, some of the vehicles which have been washed away are there hitting the gates. They are trying their best to control. They've opened some of the gates to let the water out, but it will be challenging. You can see these visuals coming in. I'm not able to ascertain whether this is Malli or Singtam. We do not see waters at this level in these towns. Usually the river flows 100 or 50 meters below this town, but right now unprecedented visuals coming in. This town has been completely inundated with water. I believe that's the first floor that we can see, and a lot of debris coming down. It will take time. At this point, all the tourists who are stranded in Sikkim and all, there is a message coming in from the government of Sikkim to everyone to stay put, because the road conditions are not good. The national highway is cut off at some of the points. This is the new bridge at Rongpho, and just see how much water has come in. So the message from the government is that stay put, do not move if you're at the safe place. At several areas, the relief camps have been set up. People are asked to go up. But the problem at this point is there are so many people who want to take selfies, who want to take videos, and they are moving around in these dangerous spots. I think the message is very clear. If you're not involved in relief and rescue, if you're not involved, then you should head towards these relief camps and let the government authorities and the rescue teams operate there and do their work. Several vehicles, as you can see here, have been washed away from several places. So the message coming in from the government very clear. If you're not involved in relief and rescue, do move away, do stay in these relief camps. The problem, Amit and Kalyan, I'd like to point is that the Lhonak Lake that we are talking about, and then the Sikkim disaster relief team government clearly saying that there has been a breach and there is overflow from the Lhonak Lake. The lake is huge, so there is no way right now for these officials to reach there. A helicopter survey is very difficult because the weather, I mean, even if you are to go on foot, even if the closest army patrols are to go on foot and assess the situation there, it will be difficult. So, very difficult to say how much volume of water is still there at that lake, and whether a larger volume of water because of more breach at this lake can come hurtling down and damage more. This is the railway bridge towards Siliguri. As you come down the plains and you are on Sivok Road, you will see this railway bridge. So this is of that railway bridge, just the sheer amount of water flowing down. So therefore, a flood warning has been issued to West Bengal also by the Central Water Commission.
Karma, what I'm trying to understand here is that Lhonak Lake, I just googled it, and it's at 5,200 meters altitude.
About 17,000 feet above sea level.
Yes. So it's along with the amount of water that is coming downhill, it's also the water current which is also causing the destruction, and it's going to increase as it goes further downhill towards South Sikkim.
Yeah, I don't know if you can pull it up, if Nityunjay can pull up the visuals of the lake. We have visuals of the Lhonak Lake, which was taken earlier by a team sent by government of Sikkim, and at this point they tried to somehow see. This is the visual of the Lhonak Lake. This was taken by a team which was sent by the government of Sikkim to see if it was possible to drain this lake. Remember, it's at 17,000 feet, very difficult to reach, no roads to go there, and even if you were to take earth movers at this altitude, very difficult to work. So I think they did some work here but could not completely drain. So the warning was out. There were several articles on this warning, in fact down to earth.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. We have articles from as back as 2018. If not, that is just a cursory look.
Yeah.
So in fact,
so we'll
the
stay
article
on these visuals for some time. Visuals, the Lhonak Lake. So this is supposed to have breached, and the waters overflowed from this along with the rainwater that was there, because some of the areas in Sikkim received heavy rainfall. So here, as Kalyan was asking, what could have caused this? So we have a lake at 17,000 feet and then moving down the mountain towards lower altitudes of as low as 1,000 meters down in the valleys. So what happens is, along with the water, it accumulates a lot of things along the bank. So we are talking about trees, we are talking about debris, we are talking about big rocks. So everything is coming hurtling down. If you look at the map now, Nityunjay, if you can play the map. So from Lhonak Lake, that's the Lhonak Lake, 17,000 feet, very high up, the water starts to move downstream, and along with it takes all the debris. So the first place to be hit is Chungthang. Now this is Chungthang town. There is a dam here. I am told by locals, we are still trying to confirm, and we'll try to get Gyatso Lepcha, who's an activist online. The Chungthang dam, which you can see from these visuals, has been breached. So it was hit with such a lot of force that the dam was breached. We are getting those visuals also. From there on, the water flowed downstream more and then damaged a lot of bridges. So as per the latest report, Kalyan, if you can pull it out, the report that I sent out, the Border Roads Organization is saying that about 7 bridges,
5 bridges
5 bridges have been
have collapsed.
collapsed along this route. So Zema 3 bridge washed away. So these are the visuals. Now people are saying this is Chungthang. So these visuals have just come into us. So the dam here, which was of course built after investment of crores and crores, has been breached, destroyed on one side. So the sheer amount of water, stones, debris that must have hit this dam with such a lot of force that the dam got breached and washed away is what locals are saying. From here, Zema 3 bridge above Chungthang destroyed, BSD bridge washed away, Teesta bridge, Chungthang bridge, Tung bridge. So in total, 5 bridges have been washed away. So clearly a lot of damage has been done. We'll of course try and get you more. We'll also try to connect with more people for information.
So we have Anupam Chakravarti, a journalist, freelance journalist from Guwahati, who has reported intensively on Sikkim and the areas around Sikkim, and he has also done an interview with researchers about glacial lakes in Sikkim. Anupam, if you can hear me, thank you for joining us, first of all.
Thank you, Kalyan, for having me on your show.
Okay, my first question is that, can you explain how a glacial lake outburst flood for readers who may not be familiar with it?
Yeah, sure. So, Kalyan, very simply, I mean, if I have to put it, and this is as per the definition that was forwarded by a Nepal-based Himalayan think tank. They work on, it's called EastMojo, and they came up with this definition that law is a sudden release of water from a lake fed by glacier melt that has formed at the site or in front or within the glacier or beneath the glacier, or it could be also on the surface of the glacier. So what happens is that, what we are witnessing across Himalayas and across the mountainous regions is that, there's a fast retreat of glaciers due to higher temperatures, global warming, which is causing that, and also deposition of soot, in the sense that carbon on glaciers, which is also affecting the how glaciers behave. So what we see is that when the glaciers retreat, there is a lot of melt. The water melts, and these lakes, usually, these glacial lakes are quite normal. I mean, it's, glaciers would have, you have seen high altitude lakes across the Himalayan expanse. But what the problem happens when the glacial lake starts expanding and the glaciers themselves start retreating. And what happens is that when there's a lot of pressure on the land, on the land on which these lakes stand, for instance, the South Lhonak Lake, which we are talking about, which may be connected to this particular situation in Teesta. The South Lhonak Lake is now 120 meters deep. So I was going through a study that was published in 2021 by Ashim Sattar and a bunch of researchers. This was led by Ashim Sattar, and he teaches at University of Dayton in US and University of Zurich in Switzerland, and he's an environmental. He teaches environmental geology. So his study indicated that there are about 266 such lakes in Sikkim, glacial lakes in Sikkim spread over an expanse of 20 square kilometers itself in the Sikkim Himalayas. So then I was, as I read the paper, what could have happened at this point is that there was a massive release of water after the there was the lake, the glacial lake, there was a breach in the glacial lake. But what precipitated this what made this disaster even more severe is that there was also rain. There was also very heavy rain, and so there was this confusion. Initially we all got the news that there was a cloud burst. Now we are talking about a glacial lake outburst. So from what I gather, and after reading his paper, because his paper was sort of looking at all these scenarios. What if there is heavy rain on the catchment of the glacier, or heavy snowfall on the catchment of the glacier? So all these things brought together has led to this disaster. So what we can see is that this particular South Lhonak Lake, which I said is about 120 meters deep at this point, is expanding, and with the water, with the increase in the water, there is definitely a pressure on the land itself, and all these areas, these Himalayas around mountains around this lake, they are all prone to big avalanches. So that's how the lake got blocked. And after there was heavy rain in and around the lake, on the lake, the breach happened. That could be the possible scenario from what I gathered after reading the paper. Now, at the peak of it, this lake must be discharging about 4,300 cubic meters of water per second. That is, just to make a comparison, I think the last flood that Sikkim saw, there was some kind of a dam-induced flood from the Teesta Dam. That was also because of very, very heavy rainfall. So there was, the dam was overfilled, and they had to release. So at that point of time, when there was flood in the downstream, at the peak, the dam was releasing only about 600 cubic cubic, as compared to what I'm saying is like 4,300 cubic meters per second. So that is a huge amount of water that is coming down from the glacier.
The difference of more than 2,000 cubic meters of water.
Sorry?
There's the difference of more than 2,000 cubic meters of water, right?
Yeah, so that shows we might, even though, I was listening to your, live telecast, and somewhere, I think Amit had said that, it might be retreating, but that retreat still might be if there is more rain, and if there is still more water in that lake, so it will take a while, and it may not have reached the peak, because, it takes about what they calculated. So if there's a breach on the lake, it takes about 440 minutes for the water to reach Singtam town, which is affected. So it could be a delayed release also. Delayed. In the sense that the breach is not that big, and it probably now that once the entire thing washes off, so we might see a larger volume of water in the coming few hours. So in that case, there has to be a very, very high level of preparedness. The dam should be completely prepared, and this is something that in which all these dams, all the infrastructure in Singtam town as well as downstream, they need to be completely prepared. People have to be evacuated by all means from any of the low-lying areas to safety.
Anupam, you had also done an interview with researchers about glacial lakes in Sikkim and Arunachal. So, from what you have said, is it fair to say that this has been a disaster in the making?
Yeah, that is correct. In fact, if I look at the EastMojo, the coverage of Sikkim as well as Arunachal and different disasters, even in Nagaland also we reported about, entire town sinking. So this is completely a disaster. What is happening to the entire Himalayan range is a disaster in the making. We are seeing I mean, not just in terms of climate change, which is a very very big driving force towards this kind of disaster, but also what we are seeing is there's a large scale infrastructure development along the Himalayan mountains, especially building of new roads. And from your reports only, what I can see that several roads in Sikkim at this point of time are completely inundated or have been washed away. So that indicates, even though it's really important that people should feel connected and there has to be connectivity, but the construction of the roads, of the dams, of airports, of helicopter strips across the mountains, or even mining for that matter, like sand mining or quarrying. All these activities have to be planned in accordance with how the glaciers are behaving at this point of time. So coming back to this interview that I had done, this was with Dr. Swapnavita Chaudhary and Dr. Sharad Phukan. Actually, both of these researchers had done this painful task of mapping the Subansiri basin in Arunachal Pradesh. And Subansiri, as you know, is also one of the basins where the dam development has we have this lower Subansiri dam already. So what they found out is that 30% of these glaciers on the Subansiri basin are retreating. So that also could mean that there are higher chances of GLOF events on the Subansiri basin itself. And this is just one basin that was mapped using satellite imagery. We have several rivers, transboundary rivers, as well as rivers originating from Arunachal Himalayas or in Sikkim Himalayas, which need to be mapped. The glacial inventory, inventory of how many lakes are there, how dangerous these lakes are to the downstream population. All these have to be mapped and put in the public domain so that policies could be designed in accordance with them.
Okay, Anupam, thank you so much for sharing all the updates and joining us. We will get back to you probably later in the live. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Kalyan.
So, Karma, like Anupam said, that this was a disaster in the making from what have been covered, and what Amit mentioned, and it has concerns were raised since 2018 onwards. So
that's the problem. That's the problem. There are concerns. Scientists, geologists work on this, map these dangerous places. The government of Sikkim, on its part, sent a mission, sent a group of officers to see how dangerous this lake formation was going to be for the state of Sikkim and downstream. There were some articles published, some reports were done, but the problem with us is that we are so busy watching reels, watching watching other videos and all, we forget to see, because this becomes negative news. This falls into the domain of news that depresses you. So what does Facebook do? What does Twitter do? What do these they do? They put these stories in the background because they feel that people only want to see happy stories. They want to see videos of cats. They want to see videos of dogs. They want to see eating videos. So all these stories get left. Nobody wants to read them. Nobody will read them. So that is why this has happened.
I'll just point out one thing, Karma, over here, that and we said that that these are the danger signs have always been there, and experts have been pointing out, but they have never received the coverage because, as you said, people rather watch videos of dogs than this. The Center for Science and Environment and Down to Earth's State of India's Environment 2022 in figures, the report found that there has been a 40% increase in water spread area in China, India and Nepal, and of course that poses a huge threat to about 7 states. Now importantly, of those 7 states, 6 are Himalayan states: Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, Himachal Pradesh, In the northeast, it's 3 states: Sikkim, Assam, and Arunachal Pradesh. So we have to understand that this is not something, what people do not understand, that climate change does not work in isolation. This is not a case of riot, that something will happen in one place and the other region will be unaffected.
And if states like Arunachal Pradesh and Sikkim are affected, which are at higher altitudes,
Exactly.
the states
So
that are in,
why is Bengal on alert now, for example? Nothing happened in Bengal as such, but Bengal has to be on alert in the same way that the lower Assam regions get on alert every time there is heavy rain in Bhutan, and consequently people get alert in Bangladesh because the water goes down. So it will start in Bhutan, it will go through lower Assam and emerge in Bangladesh. So these are places where there is a need for a joint effort and a very, very extensive effort, and even then we are not guaranteed that things will improve necessarily. For example, this particular lake, and I am reading from a report in 2018, see what is saying is, in order to prevent any disasters due to outbursts from such lakes, and the outburst being glacial lake outburst floods, a project was started in the South Lhonak Lake, wherein high density polyethylene pipes have been installed to siphon off water from the glacial lake. 5 years ago, the expert was saying that these 3 pipelines have been installed, as Karma was talking about how these pipelines were carried on yaks, and at that time they were discharging 50 to 60 liters of water per second. That is in the off season probably. Now imagine 50 to 60 liters per second, we do not understand until you realize that that is literally a bucket of water every second. And these are coming from such high altitude, and what people do not understand is, when water comes in a valley, the water has space to spread. In the higher altitude regions, there is no spread. Water will take everything in its wake because it cannot go left, right, it will just, it is a marauding force. What we are seeing is nature as being a marauder. And again, this is coming back to the same point, these have been highlighted time and again. And one point I will say, that at least unlike other states, at least Sikkim government has acknowledged them at on more than one occasion. That is why we are talking about the task force that they were talking about. So this is something that we have said time and again, this is something that has been pointed out by experts and state governments.
So we will again play that map. Nitunjay, if you can get that map out, and start right from the top. If you can play the map from the beginning. So there. So I mean, that's the lake from where they installed pipelines to siphon up water about 60 liters per second at that altitude, 17,000. From here, the water comes hurtling down, bringing with it all kinds of debris, dead trees, everything in its path, a bridge at Zema 3, and it's hit Chungthang. I am told, and we are getting some videos, that the dam at Chungthang, there you can see the dam at Chungthang has been breached, it has been destroyed. From here on, it damages some houses. The Tung bridge is destroyed. About 5 bridges in total along this route have been destroyed, and then the floods reach Singtam, that Singtam town, causing severe damage around the town. The Chief Minister had also gone to visit. So relief and rescue on at Singtam. So from here on, the Teesta river flows downwards, downstream, causing more havoc at Bardang. This is Bardang. There is a army camp here, and from here about 23 army personnel are missing. So this is Bardang. The river flows downstream. The other place it hits is Malli Bazar. We are told the road has been washed away here. This is the NH10. So right now the road between Gangtok, Darjeeling, Siliguri is shut. So this is Malli Bazar. Severe damages along this route. The river is in spate, taking everything on its path. And finally here is the Teesta dam stage 3 here. One of the officials, we will try to get that video out for you, has posted a visual which is very disturbing because it's got all kind of debris, logs, vehicles have got jammed on this this dam, and from here the river, they are trying to release water slowly. So that is the path, the destructive path of River Teesta.
Yes, Amit, you were saying about the how this destruction has been in the making.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying, that I would also like to point out that compared to other state governments, at least Sikkim government has acknowledged these problems in the past also. But what we have not seen is that that has not necessarily translated into active work. Time and again we have seen stories that come, and yet the projects have been going on without fail. In fact, even now the Sikkim government is trying to build more dams, and such instances, and we have seen, I mean, we shouldn't, I mean, compared to Uttarakhand, we will say that Sikkim has not nearly been as damaged as Uttarakhand.
So
but
can we play the visuals of the dam in Chungthang that we just prepared? So yeah, so these are the visuals. Now this is a 1200 megawatt Mega 2 Teesta Stage 3 hydroelectric project. This is huge, built after investing crores of rupees. The project was developed by Teesta Urja. Here about 5.08 million cubic meters of water is usually stored. Now all this water has come gushing down, crashing down. So that's a problem. The damage is severe, as these visuals tell us. We'll be trying to connect with Gyatso Lepcha, who's an activist, who can tell us more about this dam and the damage that it has gone. This is the hydro dam at Chungthang. This was built even during the earthquake. There was no or very little damage to this particular dam, but now see what the power of nature can do.
So one more concern is that, like Anupam had mentioned, so the average quantity of water released by these dams is around 4,000 cubic meters. What is now happening is that it's releasing more than the average, at least 2,000 cubic meters more than, and it's a lot of.
Look at the pressure. Look at the pressure now.
This is not how the dam is supposed to.
Yeah, the splice gates have been hit by debris. Now there is pressure, not just from the water, but then there are logs, there are cars, there are all kinds of debris which has gone and hit the dam head.
In fact, on the other side, we can hardly barely see any water on the other side. It's all covered with silt, logs.
Debris. Yeah, and that's the other problem. The silt that you talked about is a huge problem with dams. There's a lot of silt that over the years get accumulated at these dam heads. Now you can see what is happening, and taken a pressure off by opening more of the splice gates. Now the more gates you open, the more water goes downstream. The more water that goes downstream, the more damage it is done. We will try and connect with
Okay, so we are being joined by Mr. Gyatso Lepcha, an activist from Sikkim. Mr. Lepcha, the situation that we see in Sikkim today, we have spoken to journalists who have done interviews with researchers in the past, and also a couple of others who have mentioned that this has been a disaster in the making. What is your take on this?
Well, not that. I think I also stand with a similar, statement that this was disasters on making, and from past 1.5 decades, we have been saying that this mega dam, which was constructed just near all this, water bodies like the glaciers, which is not that far, and the lakes that are not far, which is in the very upstream of the Teesta. We have always raised concern on this because, you're building dams near all these water bodies in the Himalayas. It's very dangerous. And then we have been saying this for a long time. But nobody, gave heed on this. And we knew this was going to happen. And unfortunately, this happened yesterday. So, yeah.
And also the kind of visuals that we are seeing, especially the ones taken from around the dams, the kind of amount of water that is being released from the dams, the sheer amount of current that is in which the water is gushing towards the downhill areas. Is it not going to create more problems for people in the downhill areas?
It has already created havoc downstream. I mean, right from Big Chu, the stage 5 dam, town is completely devastated. There's one village, lower part of Zongu, where many houses are all submerged. People's property are saying there's no official now, the missing person that are coming out. So we are waiting, at least by today, that probably some official numbers of casualties and missing people may come out. So, but then the downstream impact is huge. It's massive. I mean, I think it will take some day, 1 or 2 days to really understand the intensity of the devastation that has taken place. The places like Singtam, which is a big town, there, and Rangpur, Singtam is also heavily hit. So and this goes down to West Bengal and part of West Bengal also. So yeah, it has a immense impact downstream. And when this flood, whatever flash flood happened upstream of the river of stage 3 dam in Chungthang, stage 3 dam was already holding so much of its capacity water already. So in the middle of night when the flash flood came, and then it just couldn't take, and the dam burst. So this also going to show now questions the dams which are downstream now. So it's very scary now. I think with this incident, I think whole of northeast states where all these proposed dams are hydroelectric dams are there, it's time to rethink now, and it's something we are looking forward that government of Sikkim will rethink about the upcoming project which they are pushing to implement soon.
Okay, so give us more details about the Chungthang Teesta Stage 3 mega dam, 1,200 megawatt. It's been difficult to reach people in Chungthang. So you are saying that it has been breached, it's destroyed, and we are also getting visuals. Can you confirm that for us?
Yeah, our friends from some of the friends from Chungthang has been sending us the visuals. It's not possible for us to go to Chungthang now because many bridges are all been swept away. So it's impossible. But we are getting the visuals from Chungthang by friends and relatives. And Chungthang town itself seems to be in a very, very bad shape. I think through the visuals, we all can see that many houses are being submerged, and I don't know. I mean, we are still not clear about the situation with the casualties and the situation there on the ground. But regarding the dam burst, it's it's clear in the visuals and photographs that's been sent by the locals there. So we can confirm that the dam has been broken, and
So
situation is very. Yeah.
So we'll continue to stay on these visuals. So Gyatso saying that these visuals are from Chungthang, a very disturbing visuals. We can see many houses which have been damaged also. We are praying to God that there are no casualties. That's what we always pray for. But Gyatso, looking at the damage to the houses, I think the town of Chungthang, which is a major axis to Lachen, Lachung and the Tibet border, looking at these visuals, it looks like it has suffered a lot. Have you been able to, speak to anybody in Chungthang?
Well, we have our own very friend from the organization who has just posted a couple of hours back, and then we've been trying to get in touch with him, but phone is not going through. So, but through his post, it seems a lot of even the people there are in a very kind of like a shocked situation. They doesn't know what's happening within the town also. So they are all scattered, and everybody is has gone. Whoever is still good, alive, are in a little higher upper reaches. They have in a safer place. They have moved. So, but then they actually don't know what's happening, what has happened in the town itself. So
Right.
this seems to be, it will take, I think, a day today to get
Assess.
the more.
Yes, definitely it will take a day to really assess what is the damage on the ground. Kranti Diwan, Gyatso wants to know, he has a question for you. Will there be an impact on the course of the Teesta river, because of this flood?
Yes, it has the visuals. The course of the Teesta. It has touched all the wide. It has widened its course of the river. Its course also. Today you can see it has touched almost 100 meters of distance. Which hardly earlier it used to be like 20 meters or hardly 30 meters. Now it is almost 100 meters widened Teesta flow today. So it has changed the course of the Teesta river also. Yes, it has.
So change in the river means a lot of things. Change in the river means that, because we have so many of these little settlements along the Teesta river, all those people who have settled down legally, illegally will be impacted. There will be an impact on their livelihoods because they'll have to look at newer places to live. There will be an impact on animal husbandry or even, agriculture, if any. So we are looking at overall a lot of impact on the ground, and as Gyatso has been saying, it will take about 2 to 3 days more at least to assess the damage and how many people are really missing and the casualties, and we pray that those numbers be low. Kranti Diwan again wants to know about any update on the missing army personnel 23. We do not have any updates right now from the police or the armed forces. Rescue and relief operations are on, is what we know. So thank you so much for speaking to us. We will come back to you for more on this developing story.
Thank you.
So if we go take a look at our live chat, a lot of concern is being raised regarding the 23 army personnel. I would like to remind our viewers that we are waiting for updates from the ground, and we will keep you posted as soon as we have more details, and we will keep you updated. But people are praying that the army personnel are safe and they will be recovered soon. We are trying to reach out to the army officials and people on the ground, but we are yet to receive any details on them.
And I'm just reminding people that when it comes to army and news regarding army personnel and all, we have to be very careful. We will not be tempted by hoping that we tell information before somebody else. When we first heard it, we waited for the army to confirm that the army personnel had been missing, and only then did we release that news. So we'll wait for official confirmation, and only then we will be given update. We will not get into giving news just for the sake of it.
Right. So devastating really is the word to describe what's really happening in Sikkim and along the border with West Bengal. This is NH10, the highway that connects Sikkim, Darjeeling, Kalimpong to Siliguri, one of the settlements there where tourists, people stop for tea or to get lunch or snacks. Now this little settlement has been completely inundated. Remember, during the normal season, the river is at least 100 or 50 meters away from these settlements. So they would think that
In
they
fact,
were
as you
in
can
a very
see,
safe location.
in fact, you can see that the houses have already been breached.
Right.
Water has entered all the houses at the bottom. There is water and there is slush.
Right.
So these homes are in imminent danger, I would say. I mean,
Right.
hope they
so in a
survive.
deluge like this, I think when the dam was getting built, the banks of this river were, there was a protective wall that was put along the banks of the river, perhaps because of which it is safe. Now this is the scene a little lower downstream. This is the Coronation Bridge, the famous Coronation Bridge built by the British. It connects the Dwars, northeast, the Chicken Neck to Darjeeling, Kalimpong, and towards Sikkim, and also Siliguri. So this is the spate. So I'm told Kalyan has Pankaj. We can go to him for the latest update.
Okay, yeah, we have Pankaj who is on ground in Sikkim. Pankaj, if you can hear me, so what is happening right now? What is the situation of the rescue operations as of now?
Singtam town towards Rampur. So in between, it's a 10-kilometer stretch. That highway has sort of been cut off, and people have been restricted from making the movement. So we had to take a detour from another part of the from Singtam across Duga. It's a small village right above Gangtok, right over Singtam and Rampur. So we took that route, and Rampur is the gateway to Sikkim, and at Rampur town there's a special location, the industrial belt called IBM, Industrial Belt Marjitar. So here there were small cottages or makeshift houses that were ideally used by laborers working in the industrial belt, as well as for the construction of Atal Setu. How we come Atal Setu, all the people who were stranded there are demolished to a great extent. There are sediments, and two floors, and many houses have been damaged. That's a certainty right across IBM belt in Rampur. So it's the update I can give you right now. And the level of water has somewhat receded, is what they are saying, but to a great extent, I think this has taken a different course. The route that was supposed to come from, there's another river, Teesta, in Rampur, that's called the Rampur River itself. So both the rivers have sort of submerged and merged into one now, and it's a big belt across this Rampur area.
So that's a relief for as of now, that the water level has somewhat receded, right?
Somewhat receded, yes.
Okay.
We're getting updates from higher up in North Sikkim also, northern part, like areas are deep too. The water levels are receding, what people are mostly informing. These official reports mostly coming in from this there, but I think that's not a possibility. It's also maybe then I think we can come to a conclusion that it's mostly the sediments that are riverbanks right now, very high sediments, and as well as I think any roads have been cut off. That is the thing.
Okay. And Pankaj, what about the evacuation process? Is it still underway?
Yeah, mostly the evacuation that was much a very low. I think most of the places where evacuation is being done by current officials. There doesn't seem to be much of a necessity. I think the people were sounded an alarm earlier. They just called earlier than Rampur. So most people in Rampur were alarmed much earlier. So they were able to reach the higher ground. This is what we are getting information here as well.
Okay, Pankaj, we are also receiving a lot of messages regarding the army personnel, especially the 23 army personnel who are missing. We have tried to contact the Indian Army, but we have not received any updates from them yet. Is there any report that you have received from the ground regarding the 23
Yes,
missing
I
army?
think all the information on the public relation office distributed within but the information that we received is out of 23 individuals, army personnel. Yes, it's a location between Singtam and Rampur. It's called Bordang, BRDNG Bordang, and that's the one place where I think these 23 army personnel were deputed, and some I think they've gone missing is what the point they're highlighting.
Okay, so there is no update regarding their whereabouts as of now.
Nothing as such, because the route between Singtam and Rampur is cut off, so it's a bit of a difficult for us to also reach there now.
Okay, okay, Pankaj, thank you so much for sharing the updates, and stay with us. We will get back to you during as the live continues, and thank you once again. So that was Pankaj Dungel, who is on ground providing us all the updates from Sikkim, and like he mentioned that the water level has somewhat receded. So that's a big relief at such disastrous situation that is the state of Sikkim facing right now. However, it will take time for the water levels to recede, but we are also receiving update that it has stopped raining. It is no more raining in towards North Sikkim as of now. So this comes as a relief for the people of Sikkim as of now. Amit, we have been discussing regarding the construction of dams, and like Mr. Gyatso and Anupam had said, so but there were efforts from the state government as well. So where do you think the message could not be delivered? Where was the miscommunication happening?
No, because see,
like you also mentioned that in 2018 that there was a meeting with Amit Shah in Meghalaya.
So see, the thing is, state governments cannot act as if they don't know about this, because it is something that is affected everybody. As a result, we have to understand that. But the problem is, it's one thing to know about this problem. It's like, you can prepare for an earthquake, but what do you do when an earthquake actually hits you, right? This is the situation that we are facing here right now. You are talking about regions where you have damaged the ecology to such an extent. Like you and I have been to the region, even if you have not been to Sikkim, we have been to say Darjeeling, for example. During the summer season, there is no water in the Teesta on the Bengal side, for example, because water is held. So you have dams that are not only controlling the water flow, but they are also changing the nature of in these regions, right? So as and when, like this, for example, as you can see the visual in front of us. Now, can you and I sit here and tell the extent of damage that will be caused if the dam is breached further? It's very difficult for us to sit here and say what is going to happen, because look at the others. I just want our viewers to look on the side from which the water is coming. It almost looks like it's stable, it's stagnant, right?
Yes, it does not
look like water.
Body,
yeah, if it had not been on the right side for the water flowing, you wouldn't even guess that there's water on the left side. That's the amount of silt that it is carrying. That is the amount of debris, as Karma said. There's everything from houses to cars to, and I hope there are no human beings there, but we don't know. And even now you can see that this is something that has been highlighted time and again to all the states. When Anupam was talking about Subansiri, we have seen that there are now, like last year when we did documentaries on Assam floods, we highlighted something that even when it is not raining in your region, even if it is hot as hell, you are flooded, because not because of rains, but because of dam water discharge. So like in Upper Assam, for example, every time there is water released from Nagaland, Doyang river, there is flood in Upper Assam, even though it can be absolutely hot and humid and there is no rain. That is what is happening right now. For all we know, maybe the rains have not been nearly as strong in West Bengal, but they will see the impact. Sikkim, as for Sikkim itself, despite it being a small state, it is not just all hills, as we have said time and again. This is from the higher regions, and as Pankaj explained, that it is all downhill from there, essentially, to put it very simply. And these regions, as the reports have highlighted, that the glacial lakes have been increasing in size, that the Lhonak Lake has been increasing. The south side, the north side, both have been increasing in terms of water discharge. And what do you do? I mean, look at the visuals over here. For you and me, who is unfamiliar with this might just look like, oh, this is a very pretty scene. But
it does look like a pretty
exactly.
scene,
I mean, if we did not know the context, we would say, ah, yaar, sahi jagah hai. But that is the reality. These are not, the lakes are not supposed to be this big, because they were. Let's not forget, what is a glacial lake? A glacial lake is not the way that you and I think of a lake. It's not water flowing, it's frozen. But with the change in temperature, with the climate that we have, the fact that there are parts of Gangtok that regularly report over 30 degrees now, for example, temperatures have been rising across the Himalayan kingdom, and as a result the lakes are becoming much bigger, and the pipes lines that are being laid. I am just quoting the official who was talking about this, said that this is purely to mitigate disasters. During a recent, I am just quoting from the Down to Earth report, during a recent expedition, a team managed to survey the outer areas of the area of the lake concerned, and said huge amounts of water are flowing from the North Lhonak Glacier. The inflow is almost same as what South Lhonak is discharging. Quote begins, it would be difficult to assess how water level decreased by how much. We see the discharge as is purely a disaster mitigation effort. So, the pipes that are being laid are not part of some grand framework, it is just to hope that the disasters are now. And just think of it this way, with this kind of breach, all the infrastructure that had been laid in place to mitigate disasters have also been wiped away, right. We are talking about, we are not, a dam is not just a construction, right, there is so much that goes into a dam. When this is what is happening at the, and this is what we are seeing right now, we have no idea what will emerge. We have no idea how many people may have been swept away yet.
Well, as of right now, we have only one casualty reported from the disaster, the mammoth disaster that Sikkim is witnessing today. But to some some relief has been provided, and like Pankaj mentioned, reports are coming in from the ground that the water level has somewhat receded in North Sikkim as well, in fact. But it will take time to gather the amount of destruction that has been caused and collect all the reports from the various areas that have been affected because of the flash floods, and we can in fact see in the visuals itself the destruction that has been caused by the flash floods. So the visuals, in fact, buildings have been submerged, not just one-story houses, or but in fact multi-story buildings were submerged during the flash floods. In as we saw earlier in the visuals, dams have been breached
extensively, and there is an extensive
and
breaches.
From the visuals, it is no one can. It is hard to figure out that a dam even existed in the first place. So that is the kind of destruction that the state is facing as of now.
पुलको डिलसम्म छ पुलमाथि चढ्नु आँटेको छ हो अब यहाँ एउटा घर छ दुईटा छ तीनटा छ चारटा छ पाँचवटा छ यति मात्रै हो बाँकी सबै लगिसक्यो ल मेरो पनि यहाँ तल सडकमा आएर पनि सटर भएको दोकानसम्म छ मुनि जानु सकेको छुइनँ रोड चर्केकोले गर्दा ल पाँचवटा घर मात्रै छ अब त्यो पनि खोलाले पुरिसकेको छ यो तल सीता दिदीहरूको घर खोलाले पुरेको छ हो दुई तलामा एक तला पुर्यो माथिसम्म चाहिँ छ बिहारी पप्पु घर आधी लग्यो आधी पोल्टे भएको यो तीन तला घर हो धुर्व दाजुको घर क्या हाम्रो घर अगाडि छ त्यो फर्मुलाको पनि तीन तला रोड माथि र मुनि यो दुई तला पुर्यो यो बिचको घर लग्यो यो विष्णु प्रधानको घर पुर्यो यो डोमा भाउजूहरू तिनीहरूको कुलदीपहरूको सबको घर पुर्यो टप मात्रै छ त्यो पनि हल्लेकै छ यस्तो अवस्था छ र अलिक होसियार भनेर खबरै सुन्थ्यो
हेलो पुनीत
रूम पे जाना है
पुनीत
यार तुम्हारा आधार डूब गया होगा डूब जा रही है
यो टोकन डुब्यो भने त हाम्रो डुब्यो
अभी छूट रहा है पानी छूट रहा है पूरा पूरा तुम
हेलो फेरि निकिलो अन्त यहाँ पानी रुख लडेको छ यत्रोबाट भने त नभएकै गाडी निकाल्नु मेरो
बाइक लग्यो नि हिँड्नु नि बगाएर त्यहाँ इजिली बाइक बगाएर लग्यो गाडी
मान्छे घरै लैसक्यो बाढी अझै बढ्ने रहेछ तल्लोपट्टिको घर त लग्यो नि तल्लोपट्टिको त्यो सबै लग्यो अब बिल्डिङ चाहिँ टेन्सन छ तल्लो गाउँको बिल्डिङहरू पुरा टेन्सन छ पानी आएको नि
सत्ताइस माइल एनएचपिसी ड्याम टिएलडिपी 3 त्यो पारिको चाहिँ तपाईँको बाङ्गे बजार यो बेली ब्रिज पनि तपाईँको डुबिसकेको छ यहाँबाट चाहिँ तपाईँको सोरुक समथारहरू जाने बाटो हो यो जुन चाहिँ ब्रिज देख्नु हुँदैछ अलिक पक्रिदियो यो ब्रिज तपाईँको डल्लै डुबिसक्यो यो ब्रिज अहिले यस्तो छ सिचुएसन अहिले प्रेजेन्ट
यहाँ अघि इनोभा बगाउँदै गरेको देखेको हामीले इनोभा त लोग्यो ओह्रालै
म ल्याउनु सक्थेँ कि टायर पम्चर थियो नि त
कुदाउनु पर्छ नि के हुन्छ अन्त टायरमा
त्यही त
त्यो टायर त पाइहाल्छ नि 1000-1500
लिएर भाइ टिस्टा खोला पुलको डिलसम्म छ पुलमाथि चढ्नु आँटेको छ हो अब यहाँ एउटा घर छ दुईवटा छ तिनवटा छ चारवटा छ पाँचवटा छ यति मात्रै हो बाँकी सबै लगिसक्यो ल मेरो पनि यहाँ तल सडकमा आएर पनि सटर भएको दोकानसम्म छ मुनि जानु सकेको छुइनँ रोड चर्केकोले गर्दा ल पाँचवटा घर मात्रै छ अब त्यो पनि खोलाले पुरिसकेको छ है यो तल सीता दिदीहरूको घर खोलाले पुरेको चाहिँ हो 2 तला र 1 तला पुऱ्यो माथिसम्म चाहिँ छ बिहारी पप्पु घर आदि लग्यो आज पोल्टे भएको यो 3 तला घर हो धुर्व दाजु घर क्या हाम्रो घर अगाडि छ त्यो फर्मुलाको पनि 3 तला रोड माथि र मुनि यो 2 तला पुऱ्यो यो बिचको घर लग्यो यो विष्णु प्रधानको घर पुऱ्यो यो डोमा भाउजूहरू तिनीहरूको कुलदीपहरूको सबको घर पुऱ्यो टप मात्रै छ त्यो पनि हल्लेकै छ यस्तो अवस्था छ र अलिक होसियार भनेर खबर सुन्थ्यो
अरे तुम्हारा आधा डूब गया होगा डूब जा रहे हो अभी छूट रहा है पानी छूट रहा है रुक जाओ पूरा
हेलो फेरि निकिल हो नि त यहाँ पानी रुख लडेको छ यत्रोबाट भने त नभएकै गाडी निकाल्नु
बाइक लग्यो नि हिँड्नु बगाएर त्यहाँ इजिली बाइक बगाएर लग्यो गाडी मान्छे घरै लग्यो गाडी अझै पढ्नु रहेछ तल्लोपट्टिको घर त लग्यो नि तल्लोपट्टिको त्यो सबै लग्यो अब बेसिक चाहिँ टेन्सन छ तल्लो गाउँको
So this is the latest. Now, according to the government, what they are saying is this is a glacial lake outburst flood in portions of Lhonak Lake is said to have breached. After that outburst, many of the districts in Sikkim have been hit. Mangan district, this caused water levels to rise and go downstream in very high velocities along the Teesta river basin. The visuals that you see are of the Teesta river basin in the early hours of October 4th, 2023. This has caused several damage in Mangan. Now these are the districts where several severe damage had occurred. Gangtok, Pakyong and also the Namchi district. The lake outburst, we are trying to get visuals from the location of the lake outburst. Now at several locations apparently there was an outburst of this lake. According to the Central Water Commission, the river at a point was flowing way above, about 3 meters above the danger level at 6 a.m. in the morning. Now these visuals are from early morning of some of the towns of Sikkim that were flooded by this flood. The Central Water Commission also says that it was around midnight when the flooding started. Flood forecasts have been given out for the plains of West Bengal and also our neighboring country Bangladesh. River Teesta right now in many places is flowing below the warning level. This was recorded at Dohani FF station, which is the monitoring station of the Central Water Commission. Similarly, around 1 a.m. on October 4th, the major flooding was reported from Chungthang. We can play this visual and play up the sound for some of you all who can understand Nepali, and I'll try to translate what the person is saying.
यहाँ तपाईहरुले हेर्नुस् अब यहाँ मेन्दानजी पुरा पानीले पहिला यहाँ पुरा घाँस थियो अब चाहिँ पानीले पुरा नुब्यो अब पुरा यस्तो भनेको छ तपाईहरु हेर्नुस् उतापट्टि चाहिँ ढोलमा सम्बा अब ढोलमा सम्बा बने त्यो पुल चाहिँ अब पसे त देख्नु छैन पुरा पानी बन्यो यो पार छैन अझै अर्को जग्गा देखाउँछ
हेर्नुस् तपाईं यहाँ हाम्रो आकु बोल्दा बोल्दै जानुभयो पानी लिनु यहाँ हेरिहाल्नुस् पुरा पानी छ यी खोलाभरि पानी नअटेर मैदान भरिआएको छ हाम्रो घर पनि टाढो छैन हामी बसेको यहाँ एरिया हेर्नुहोस् आएको कुरो म छु 2-3 जना मात्रै छु घर यो हो चौरी यहाँ बान्छु अब यहाँ हामीलाई रासिनहरू कसले ल्याइदिने यो खोला पानीहरू कसरी कटाउनु कति दिन बस्नुपर्ने हो हेर्नुस् है तपाईहरु यहाँ यसरी भिडियो बनाएर हामी तपाईहरुलाई पठाइदिँदैछु हाम्रो आकुले यहाँ बोल्नुहुन्छ तपाई सुन्नुहोस्
अब यहाँ हिँड्नु पुरा यो मैदान पानी उता मुकुथाङ जाने रोड पनि पुरा पानीले नुब्यो हो अब यो चाहिँ करिब 20-30 दिनसम्म त मान्छे पनि छिर्दैन जस्तो लाग्छ पुरा पानीले भर्यो हो अब हामी दुईजना पनि यहाँ सौताले पनि अलि साह्रो पर्छ जस्तो लाग्यो हो अब मुकुथाङ जाने पुरा रोक्यो खोलाले पुरा
धन्यवाद सुन्नु भएकोमा तपाईहरुले यति नै हो हाम्रो भिडियो ल स्टार्ट गर्नु
ल अब हेर्नुस् हाम्रो कोट चाहिँ पानीले चाँदै लग्यो हो 100 मिटरले बाँच्यो हो भगवान यहाँ तपाईहरुले हेर्नुस् अब यहाँ मैदान चाहिँ पुरा पानीले पहिला यहाँ पुरा घाँस थियो अब चाहिँ पानीले पुरा नुब्यो अब पुरा यस्तो भनेको छ तपाईहरु हेर्नुस् उतापट्टि चाहिँ ढोलमा सम्पा अब ढोलमा सम्पा बने त्यो पुल चाहिँ अब पसेर देख्नु छैन पुरा पानी हो यो पार छैन अझै अर्को जग्गा देखाउँछ
These are visuals that we've just got from Lhonak so Lhonak, the area is where there this is a yak grazing ground. So we can hear two yak herders talking, and they've taken a video to show the course of the river, which is completely changed and now flowing above the pastures where they used to keep the yaks. So they are now worried how they will go down to the lower altitudes. For their ration and all. So they are saying that the river there was a breach in the lake and then the water started coming and they barely survived because from where they are living and the video shows their hutment to where the flood water began flowing was very, very close, and both of them saying that was a lucky escape, but downstream it has caused a lot of damage. So this video apparently coming in from Lhonak. Of course, we have to, of course, look at these visuals and see the kind of devastation it has caused. You can see snow, early snow, and then parts. And also at this point, because we've just gotten the video, we are still continuing to verify the video. So that's the word of caution. Now, what the water has done from here on is a lot of damage. So post this, the flood waters went down from 17,000 feet almost with such ferocity that Zema 3, one of the staging points, so to say, when people start climbing up for the higher altitudes, there one bridge has been destroyed. There's another bridge called the BSD bridge that's also been destroyed.
So these are the visuals from Rangpo town that have been completely submerged. Even buildings were not spared. Buildings have been can be seen underneath the water level.
Yeah, at least the first floor, is completely under silt now. I think this is silt and water.
Yes.
Kalyan?
Silt and water and all the debris that has accumulated after the dams were released, and the water flow the water current continues to be quite heavy in Rangpo town as well.
The water seems to have receded is what our correspondent Pankaj was pointing out earlier, and from these visuals I think we can confirm that the water has receded quite a bit. So leaving behind that destruction, and remember Pankaj was talking about the industrial area where there are a couple of factories and all. Here you can see destruction, and also that the river may have changed course at Rampu. Changing course, thereby look at the devastation it has caused. Coming right through town, construction site. This is the new bridge that was opened up recently, and some people have taken these visuals from that bridge. Look at the devastation it has caused. I think it will take days to clear.
In fact, it is hard to differentiate between open field, the river, and the roads that even existed in this area. All of it has been submerged underneath the debris and water after the dams were released following the glacial outburst.
I'm wondering if you could try and get Pankaj online again to talk about. So we stay with these visuals for now of Rongpo town, and just look at the devastation that it has caused. Pankaj, our correspondent, was there a little while earlier, and he spoke to us about how the rivers in fact the rivers changed course. There is another river which comes through here and merged with that river and caused all this devastation. A lot of kacha houses which belong to the workers who worked in these factories at this town were washed away because of the flood. So these are the latest visuals coming in from Rampo. Here, at least from the town area, the water seems to have receded.
So we are trying to reach out to Pankaj Dungel, who is on ground, but at this moment he seems to be out of network coverage area. There is also a lot of connectivity issue that people in Sikkim are facing right now, along with roads. In network connectivity is also one of the challenges that are that the people of Sikkim are facing as of now. However, some relief have come in the form that the water levels have receded in some parts of North Sikkim as well, and in Rangpo town as well. You can see the water levels have somewhat receded, leaving behind all the debris and the silt that have accumulated on the streets, and also the course of the river has changed, and we can see the water passing through the buildings, in fact. But relief has come in the way that it has stopped raining as of now, and the water level has somewhat receded. However, it will take time to gather all the reports of the level of destruction and devastation that has been caused by the glacial outburst, and we are still getting updates, regularly getting updates, in fact, from the ground and regarding the people that have been affected. As per latest update, we received that one casualty has been caused because of the flash floods, and a lot of people, including 23 army personnel, are missing, and we are yet to get updates on the whereabouts of the army personnel.
That's right. A lot of questions are coming in on our messaging line, worrying about these 23 army personnel who went missing from Bardang. We are continuously in touch with the authorities, and we'll try to get in a word as soon as we hear them. So these are the visuals from Rongpo. The water seems to have receded a bit, but the devastation can clearly be seen, the devastation left behind by these floods. There was a devastating flash flood in 1968 also, and I am getting a kind of a fact that it happened again in October, 4th of October.
So can we take you live?
चारवटा छ, पाँचवटा छ, यति मात्रै हो। बाँकी सबै लगिसक्यो ल। मेरो पनि यही तल सडकमा आएर पनि सटर भएको दोकानसम्म छ। मुनि जानु सकेको छुइनँ रोड चर्केकोले गर्दा ल। यी पाँचवटा घर मात्रै छ, अब त्यो पनि खोलाले पुरिसकेको छ है। यो तल
टिची डोल्मा सम्पा और डोल्मा सम्पा बने त्यो पुल चाहिँ अब पसेर देख्नु छैन, पुरा पानी पानी हो। यो पार छ न अझै अर्को जग्गा देखाउँछ।
हेर्नुहोस् तपाईँ, यहाँ हाम्रो आकु बोल्दा बोल्दै जानुभयो। पानी लिनु, यहाँ हेरिहाल्नुहोस्, पुरा पानी छ। यी खोलाभरि पानी नहटेर मैदानभरि आएको छ। हाम्रो घर पनि टाढो छैन, हामी बसेको यहाँ हेरिहाल्नुहोस्। आकु र म छु, दुईजना मात्रै छौँ है। घर यो हो, चौरी यहाँ बाँध्छु। अब यहाँ हामीलाई रासिनहरू कसले ल्याइदिने, यो खोला पानीहरू कसरी कटाउनु, कति दिन बस्नुपर्ने हो। हेर्नुहोस् है तपाईँहरू, यहाँ यसरी भिडियो बनाएर हामी तपाईँहरूलाई पठाइदिँदैछु। हाम्रो आकुले यहाँ बोल्नुहुन्छ, तपाईँ सुन्नुहोस्।
अब यहाँ हिँड्नु पुरा यो मैदान पानी पानी, उता मुकुथाङ जाने रोड गरी रोड पनि पुरा पानीले नुब्यो हो। अब यो चाहिँ करिब 20-30 दिनसम्म चाहिँ मान्छे पनि छिर्दैन जस्तो लाग्छ, पुरा पानीले भर्यो हो। अब हामी दुईजना पनि यहाँ सौताले पनि अलि साह्रो पर्छ जस्तो लाग्यो हो। अब मुकुथाङ जाने पुरा रोक्यो खोलाले पुरा।
धन्यवाद।
को घर खोलाले पुरेको छ हो। 2 तला र 1 तला पुर्यो, माथिको मात्रै छ। बिहारी पप्पु घर आदि लोग्यो, आज पोल्टे भएको। यो 3 तला घर हो, धुर्व दाजु घर क्या हाम्रो घर अगाडि छ। त्यो फर्मुलाको पनि 3 तला रोड माथि र मुनि, यो 2 तला पुर्यो। यो बिचको घर लग्यो, यो विष्णु प्रधानको घर पुर्यो। यो डोमा भाउजूहरू तिनीहरूको कुलदीपहरूको सबको घर पुर्यो, टप मात्रै छ। त्यो पनि हल्लेकै छ। यस्तो अवस्था छ र अलिक होसियार भन्नु। आपके खबर सुनते हो?
we are being joined by Mr. Tashi Chopal, the Deputy Commissioner of Pakyong. First of all, thank you so much, sir, for joining us in the studio. So what is the status of rescue operations that is currently underway?
So we had information around 1:30 p.m. So our Sikkim police, Rampur Nagar Panchayat, and civil defense, they all came into action and they started evacuating, informing all the people and evacuating from different places. So roughly 3,000 to 4,000 people evacuated to higher ground.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. So you're saying 3 to 4,000 people have already been rescued, right?
Been evacuated.
Okay. So how many people have been deployed for the rescue operations?
Right now, only there. Okay. Sikkim police is there. I cannot. It is entirely there. Then civil defense is also there. NDRF is there. Fire service is also there. So the concerned services are all in.
And will there be a requirement for additional forces or additional support to be brought in for the rescue operations, or is it under control as of now? So if you can hear me?
Okay. In the low-lying
So,
area.
if you don't, can you please repeat it?
Can you hear?
Yes, I think the network connectivity is.
The network is so roughly around 200-250 houses have been affected, and some houses have been washed away also. Okay. So many of them, most of them are evacuated, but there are still many people who could not get out in time. So they are still in buildings, on top of their buildings. So that rescue work is going on right now. So fire department and NDRF together are working at it. They are evacuating people right now.
Okay. So, and Mr. Chopal, we are also getting reports that the water levels have somewhat receded in several areas. So, what is the situation in Pakyong as of now?
Pakyong district, Pakyong is a district, right? We are right on top of there, but our affected areas are Bagikola and so water level until 1 hour back was it was still raining heavily. So I
Okay, I think the network connectivity is not very good. But anyway, sir, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your time and sharing the updates.
So that was Tashi Chopal, Deputy Commissioner of Pakyong, speaking to us, clearly telling us that in this place, this is Rampur, about 250 houses have been affected due to the floods. The waters have receded for now, and many of the smaller hutments have been washed away.
And around close to 3,000 people have been rescued from several areas in the district, especially the low-lying areas. And rescue operations are still underway, and personnel from different forces, the Sikkim police, NDRF, SDRF, the fire service department are on the job to rescue those who are stuck in the flood hit areas. There are also people who have taken shelter on the rooftops since the ground floors and buildings, and in fact multi-story buildings have also been affected, in fact submerged due to the flash floods. However, rescue operations are underway, and the water level has also receded to some extent, so which is making the situation comparatively easier than what it was before earlier in the morning. We are also trying to reach out to others in the state and other administrative officials, but we are also facing network connectivity. We'll try to get more updates from the ground, but as of now, rescue operations are underway. It is in fact in full force. Efforts are being made to, in fact, all the efforts are being made to evacuate people, those who are in the flood prone areas. In fact, the water level in several areas is flowing above the danger level, and however, it has stopped raining in most of the places, and rescue operations are still on. Relief camps have also been set up in multiple locations, and those who are rescued are being taken directly to the relief camps, and efforts are being made to provide them all the basic necessities, including food and shelter. So these are the updates that we are receiving from the ground.
Hello. Punit.
रूम पे जाना है पुनीत यार तुम्हारा आधार डूब गया होगा डूब जा रहे हो
यो टोकन डुब्यो भने त हाम्रो डुब्यो
अभी छूट रहा है पानी छूट रहा है रुक जाओ पीछे पूरा फोटो पूरा तुम
हेलो फेरि निकिल हो नि त यहाँ पानी रुख लडेको छ यत्रोबाट भने त नभए अघि गाडी निकाल्नु तिमीहरू अब निकिले गरेर अर्का कुरा नसुन्नु भनेको
बाइक लग्यो नि हिँड्नु नि बगाएर त्यहाँ इजिली बाइक बगाएर लग्यो गाडी मान्छे घरै लग्यो गाडी अझै पढ्नु रहेछ तल्लोपट्टिको घर त लग्यो नि तल्लोपट्टिको त्यो सबै लग्यो अब बेबी चाहिँ टेन्सन छ तल्लो गाउँको बेबीहरू पुरा टेन्सन छ पानी आएको नि
So we are also being joined by Mr. Aku Tasia Wangyal, DIGP Gangtok Police Range. Mr. Wangyal, thank you so much for joining us. If you can hear me, so what is the situation on ground right now, especially regarding the rescue operations? we are facing network connectivity, like I mentioned earlier, but we are trying to get him back on call.
Like
सत्ताइस माइल NHPC ड्याम TLDP 3
So the government of Gangtok have also issued helpline numbers for people who may be stuck or maybe looking for relatives and close ones they are not being able to find. So on your screen you can see all the helpline numbers, and we will keep flashing them throughout the live. And there are multiple helpline numbers that have been provided by the government of Sikkim. For Gangtok, it's 03592 284444. For Namchi, it's 03595 263734. Mangan, it's 03592 234538. Pakyong, 03592291936. Soreng, 801674724. Gyalsing, 03595250888. For tourists, you can reach out to the nodal officer through 70019111393 and the assistant director through 8101426284. For all army personnel, you can reach out to 9906200205, ITBP 03592 231340. For SSB, it's 03592 251015. For SDRF, it's 03592 220545. For Border Roads Organization, it's 03592 259208. For Army, it's 03592 20228. So the government of Sikkim has recently released these helpline numbers, and you can reach out to the concerned location or the concerned administration or the departments through these helpline numbers if you are looking for any missing person or information regarding any missing person. So I'm being joined by Mr. Anupam Chakravarti, freelance journalist who have also covered environment and such flood related issues extensively, especially in the northeastern region. Anupam, first of all, thank you for joining us in the studio. We had spoken earlier in the live over phone, and during the live we spoke about how this was a disaster in the making. But what I'm trying to understand here is that there were measures taken by the state government. In a 2018 meeting, Chief Minister P.S. Gole had mentioned this to Amit Shah that there are steps needed to be taken to eradicate or mitigate or at least to tackle such issues. So, how do you see this? Did this miss out some, did the government miss out on this, or it got lost in translation?
Thank you, Kalyan. First of all, I mean, see, we have to also look at, I mean, when, we see 2018, the central government was notified, and then the state government was expecting that, there will be steps taken to sort of mitigate this kind of impacts. We have to look at the larger, the state of entire Himalayas basically. I think a couple of months, not even 1 month back, I think, what happened in Himachal, there were tons of reports related to what might happen, what might transpire in the event of an extreme rainfall event, or a cloud burst, or what we are seeing, a glacial lake outburst. Now, see, there are tons of reports on how fragile Himalayas are. We have, Himalayas are the young mountains, youngest mountain range in the world, and it's a constantly evolving sort of, not just the ecology, the geology is also constantly evolving. Now, what I mean, were we waiting for the disasters to happen and then take steps? Because the reports, because now what has happened is that, scientists, most of the geologists, they work on prediction models. 2021, about this same lake that we are talking about in North Sikkim, which has led to this disaster, there was a very interesting paper, and this was, I think, I was talking about the same professor. I just can't recall his name right away, but the paper is online. It's very much, it was published by Science Direct, and a whole bunch of researchers had worked on it. Now, they not only studied the existing lake that at present, but how in future, looking at the melting rates of the glaciers, looking at the intensity of climate change, how this is going to change. So these reports are very much in the public domain. It is just a matter of looking at Google search. I mean, for me it was just a Google search. So I came across this paper, and it is exactly talking about this very lake, how it will sort of, how much water it is going to carry, how slowly it has become a threat, and it's also like predicting possible scenarios about what kind of impact will be there on Chungthang town, on the bridges, on the industrial areas.
So this was already predicted. So that
exactly. So this was already there. It was, I mean, it's just a matter of time when things go really, really wrong. We cannot predict, how, or I mean, there are prediction models available, but at the same time, we cannot say that it will not happen in November also. We don't know. The climate is changing very rapidly from all the studies which are being done.
In fact, there are locals who have been saying that they have not seen such amount of rainfall at this time of the month.
Exactly.
And such disastrous situation, I mean, let alone what happened in, I mean, maybe we have seen reports from Himachal Pradesh or other, Himalayan regions, but not in Sikkim. This has not happened in Sikkim since 1960s at least.
Right.
So is this kind of a wake up call? I mean, thankfully we have not received any casualty. I mean, we have received only one casualty, but most of the damage that has been reported so far is infrastructural damage.
Correct.
Human life loss has not been reported so far, but we are still waiting for updates from various departments. But do you think that rather than waiting for human casualty, I mean, there should be a shouldn't there be a like pre-planned process where we can prevent such kind of damages?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the need of the hour. If this is not a wake up, this is probably like beyond a wake up call. This is probably when disasters have actually started taking place and becoming more intense. The wake up call was probably in 2011 when the first few disasters happened in that same portion of the Himalayas, or in 2016 when there was a big flood threatening the Teesta 3, and now from the reports that I have learned from the news report, that Teesta 3 dam has been completely breached. So it's beyond, as you can see, it's beyond the wake up call. I mean, now what needs to be done, or how I see it, is that a radical transformation of the region. I mean, one can understand that there's a need to connect people, need to build roads, we need electricity. We all, of course, we will need dams also. I mean, dams as generators of power. But then the question remains is that how, I mean, are we kind of factoring in all these things, all these researches which have gone in? Let's look at the question of the dam safety bill. It's a great bill to we have it finally. It has also done a sort of inventory of like how many dams are old, not functioning, what needs to be done, everything. But then let's look at the composition also. There are no independent civil society members within that panel. It's all Central Water Commission or the government appointed people. Now, I mean, if there is a question of dam safety, it should also come from the civil society, from the people who are going to be affected in the downstream. It should comprise of people from different walks of life who have a stake in this entire thing. But what we see is that the entire panel is made of CWC members who have proposed these dams, under whose instructions or whose designs these dams were built. So the question remains is that why will the same bureaucrat or same official fault their own designs or criticize their own outlook? So I mean, another thing that I want to sort of point out, see, Sikkim Himalayas, Arunachal Himalayas, all these are very, very highly seismic zones. Sikkim already faced a similar earthquake situation in 2011. Arunachal, I mean, there are studies to indicate that there's a long pending earthquake which may happen in this region. I mean, earthquakes follow a return period, so we are looking at a 50-year return period, and studies indicate that it can happen anytime soon, a big temblor. So in that kind of a situation, the preparedness, resilience, these are very, very utmost, these are very, very important things that needs to be done. And on top of that, I mean, when we are we disaster proofing the infrastructure that we are building?
Exactly, that is the most important.
I can see, I mean, I can see the visuals coming from from Chungtan, Singtam town, and where I can see that there is massive construction around or just along the river. It's a similar trend that we have seen in Himachal also, that they build right on the river bank or the areas from which the river could possibly.
And the moment flood hits, even it's I mean, no matter in what proportion of what proportion the flood is, it's those houses that are built at the river banks are the most affected.
They're most vulnerable, yeah. So there has to be a policy. It's not the case that Himachal Pradesh or Sikkim or Arunachal Pradesh followed the same kind of this architectural pattern, which is now almost common, I mean, which has become sort of uniform using RCC concrete. If you dig a little deeper, you will see that older generations traditionally in all these mountainous regions, they knew what could withstand such an impact, So there's a departure from that. So isn't it the time to sort of go back and then re-evaluate how we are sort of, developing the hill towns? So that is one of the concerns that I have.
Okay, and looking at the visuals, in fact, our viewers can see them on the screens right now. The kind of disaster that this flood, and it has only been a matter of few hours. The first report started coming in at around midnight, and then the situation further escalated at around between 3 to 4 a.m. today morning, and till 7 a.m. the situation was unimaginable. No one could have foreseen that such a disaster of such level could have taken place. We can see the buildings, in fact, multi-storied buildings under, in fact, this one right now has the first floor of the building is completely submerged, not just in water, in fact, a lot of silt. So another concern is that in the dams, in fact, most of the visuals that we have seen here, a lot of silt, including mud, water logs, trees, in fact vehicles, and then debris from the houses that have been damaged uphill gathered at the dams, and then the water level that was the water that was released from the dams also included a lot of slush. So this also raises concern that over the the construction of the houses, like you were saying, and because there was no preparedness level while the construction permit was provided, and then to the area where the construction was done. So maybe we need a vision for this in the future, at least. Anupam, your take on this?
Of course, I mean, we need, without a vision, without a plan, how we are going about developing hill towns or hilly terrains, we will, these things are anyway under the normal. We are not in the normal circumstances anymore. We have gone past that. We have gone past the tipping point. Even under the normal circumstances, you will need a plan how you develop the cities and all that. Floods, earthquakes, these are things which have impacted human civilization for a while now. So are we saying that, oh, we can sort of carry on without a plan? I mean, let's look at the forests, which I mean, I think 2011 I was reporting for Down to Earth at that point of time, when there was a big story around eco-sensitive zones which have been made around protected areas in Sikkim. Some of these, the eco-sensitive zones are sort of buffer areas where some amount of construction is allowed, but not, you cannot have industrial areas or things like that. In case of Sikkim, eco-sensitive zones in some places were less than 500 meters from the protected areas, the so-called this thing. So there was a stark contrast. I mean, on one side you will have like a proper pine forest and or like a proper rainforest kind of a this thing, and right next to it
greenery, and on the
and
other
right
hand,
next to it, right next to it, there is there is an industry that is coming up. So there has to be some sort of balance, and the plan, the vision that we have, it has to come from the ground itself, from the grassroots itself. It cannot sort of, I mean, I cannot go and from Assam, I cannot go and impose this on that this is what the plan I have. It has to come from the people, from the communities who live there, who thrive there, and they also need development. That question also needs to be like balanced.
And this also raises another concern that most government refuses to talk about: climate change. This is clearly a sign of climate change. Otherwise, such amount of rainfall does not happen at this point of time. I mean, Sikkim is a wet place. Sikkim does receive rainfall, but it's not in such large intensity. People, in fact, on the ground, they have been saying that they have not seen such disaster caused by rainfall in the past. So this is, I think this is the time that governments be it state government or the central government, should start identifying the problems caused by climate change and climate change altogether, and start addressing the issues.
True. I mean, see, we have way ahead to 2014 when the new government came into power. The Ministry of Environment, Forests, there was climate change added to it. So it's not the case that we did not acknowledge this issue that we have. There's a department for that. Following that, across states, we have seen various kinds of say databases being prepared. Not just that, the capacity building workshops have also come up. It has been done in even the remotest of the districts also, in Northeast as well as in vulnerable areas. ISRO with they have tied up with I think National Institute of Disaster Management to prepare a vulnerability atlas, and it's updated every year. There's a lot of data on how badly, say, states, especially the Himalayan terrain states, or states like Assam, which is right next to the Himalayan terrain, are going to be impacted, are going to see drastic reduction of rainfall. I mean, this year we are just really, I mean, I think we are still waiting for IMD to sort of release their new long period average, but we have a deficit. We have a case of there's a 6% deficit in the rainfall that we have received.
Yes, in fact, Assam receives at least 3 floods I mean every year, but this time we barely saw. I mean, there were areas like Dhemaji and Upper Assam that were affected by floods, but it was much less. And in fact, I think for the first time in the last couple of, I mean, after a long period, in the last couple of years, we have received reports of drought and farmers being affected. If it's happening to Assam, of course, I mean, it's all connected. See, all the northeastern states and all the countries in the Himalayan range are all connected. If anything happens to one country or one region, all the surrounding areas will be affected.
Exactly.
So, yes, you will.
So I mean, if you look at the rainfall figures, I mean, there is a big imbalance. Nagaland, for instance, like till August it was deficit. Now in September it has rained so much that it's become excess now. Should we then maybe, I'm a lay person, like I'm a journalist for that matter, but still, looking at these figures, I tend to like look at, I tend to ask that should we kind of, change the methodology by which we are trying to gauge the quantum of rainfall or, what we call drought. Should we look at it, should we revise that and sort of like release the outlook closer to, what the ground realities are? Because over here itself, like if you look at Assam, Golaghat district, I have been getting reports that, there is a shortage of water throughout. Now it has become perennial almost, despite 2 very big rivers in that region, Dhansiri and Doyang, These rivers have dams on, so they should be, getting water, but there is no water. And sometimes even I have reported about a dam induced flood. I mean, it was, the dam authorities were also helpless, because on the catchment area, with the catchment area of this particular dam that I am talking about, Doyang Dam, which is run by NIPCO, this extends all the way to Myanmar and spanning Nagaland and parts of Manipur also. Now that area was getting very, very heavy rainfall, but Golaghat region, which is on the downstream of this dam, there was hardly any rainfall. I mean, it was so bad. And then when the big rains happened in 2018, Doyang had to release the water. The dam was overflowing. So what we see is that, people were facing a drought-like scenario. Suddenly there was water and they were inundated at the same time. So there is climate change, and on top of that there is infrastructure, or there are river infrastructures which are sort of accelerating the problem even more, or like making the problem more intense. That is one thing. The other aspect that I also want to sort of like look at the entire Himalayan terrain. Now Himalayan terrain is shared by 4 countries, also it includes Bhutan. What sort of cooperation is there among the countries which share the Himalayan terrain, because many of these rivers are like transboundary. What sort of agreements do we have? We might have an agreement with Nepal, we might have an agreement with China, with Bhutan, but what is the what sort of agreements do we have with China? There are transboundary glaciers, there are transboundary glacial lakes.
Okay, in fact, I saw a comment in the chat box that do not asking us not to connect this with China or blame it on China, but it's, let me remind our viewers that it's all connected. Like Anupam here mentioned that there are glaciers that if it's affected, it will not just affect China, but also all the downhill states and countries. In fact, the regions that are downhill will be the most affected.
I want to also add to this actually. I mean, just taking this comment, it's a very interesting comment that we should not connect. But then okay, I mean, we have different administrations. There is Chinese government, there is Indian government, there is Bhutan government, there is Nepal government. Now all of these places, but all of these governments, all of these countries share Himalaya. A large portion of Himalayas, it lies on the Chinese side. Manasarovar Lake is where 2-3 majors originate. Now tomorrow, and Manasarovar is fed by a glacier. Now tomorrow we want to carry out a scientific study of this glacier and trying to assess what is happening to the mountains or what is happening to this glacier. Is there an agreement between India and China to sort of understand what is going on? Because there is always, and I have to say it bluntly, that there is always doubt from the Indian side as well as from the Chinese side. From the Indian side, whenever Siang river is completely turns black, we say, and there are sources also to confirm that, we say there is construction happening in the upstream. Yes. Chinese are building dams. Chinese authorities, when we as journalists, we also have sources to sort of look at it. Chinese authorities say that there is wind erosion, there is glacial erosion, and there is a lot of soil that is being wasted. We need to, so in such a situation, when there is doubt from both sides, shouldn't we cooperate on the role of Himalayas, on how it is impacting the people in the upstream as well as downstream? That's why I think we have to bring in these questions also.
So as for the updates from the ground now, rescue operations are still underway. We are also trying to reach out to officials on the ground who are involved in the rescue operations, but you can see on the screen that Government of Sikkim have issued several helpline numbers that can connect you to various districts, the flooded districts. In fact, also different departments. If you want to reach out to the particular department or any missing person for any query. However, we also urge our viewers that do not flood the helpline numbers by calling unnecessary. Only reach out to them if it is very necessary. You can see the helpline numbers on your screen, and we will keep flashing it throughout the live. And of course, the visuals also show the level of destruction that has been caused because of the flash floods. Buildings, in fact, multi-story buildings have been submerged. It is hard to differentiate between roads, open fields, and rivers. The course of rivers have also changed. In fact, our correspondent Pankaj was when we spoke earlier over phone, he said that now the Teesta river and another river have now kind of emerged as one, and it's flowing together in one direction, and which is a matter of concern. In fact, but some relief has come, as also DC Pakyong has mentioned that the water levels in some areas have receded and it has stopped raining since 9 a.m. 10 a.m. in fact. However, the situation remains tensed in North Sikkim, which is the worst affected as of now. We are still getting updates, and we'll trying to reach out to people on ground. Anupam, I would like to come back to you here. This is one destruction that we are seeing. There are also reports that suggest that similar destructions can also happen in other northeastern states as well. What is the first measure, like the first line of defense? What should be the first line of defense to prevent such level of destruction as of now?
I think the first level of defense should be, all the disaster proofing, the measures we take against disasters are always top down. When we go to the ground as reporters, for instance, like we reported for EastMojo about this town called Noklak in Nagaland, in eastern Nagaland. Very similar to what was happening in Joshimath, 1/4 of the town was sinking. And we were speaking to a lot of locals as to what might have caused it. The geologists found that there were there's of course construction, there's deforestation contributing to it, but there are also geological factors contributing to the sinking of the town. Now, I'm taking a very microscopic small area just to talk about this so that we can have a larger picture. So, now if for instance, if there's a plan to sort of take the people to another portion of the town and which is not sinking, which is kind of safe. Now the disaster management authorities have to sort of get into a dialogue with the locals. Without a dialogue, if they are just taken and established somewhere else, people will oppose, they will resist. And of course on the ground this is what is happening, that people are being consulted where to move, which part of the city to sort of relocate to, or if there is any resistance. There are people who are sort of like, we will stay here itself.
Yes, in fact a lot of such areas face resistance.
Yeah, we will stay here, even if you show them or you demonstrate before them that it's unsafe. It's hard for people to give up their land, to give up their resources. Now, if any kind of resilience has to be built, the resilience has to be built with the community. The first line of defense, the first line of response is also the community. I am not going to call immediately if my area is flooded. I'm going to look at my neighbor, and it is only then I'll try to reach out to disaster management or to people. So, first thing that what disaster management should do is to reach out to people. They are there to ensure that to proof places from disasters. So then the first line of defense should come by involving community members. I also want to add that, see, what is happening is that in many of the, say for instance in Assam, flood affected areas, there is of course like a local community involvement in rescue, search and rescue operations, as well as like construction of where to construct the embankments and all that. Now, but then at the same time, like say in terms of like what material should be provided. Do we build an embankment? Can an embankment save a village? When the next year, I have seen with people got into discussion with the disaster management and PWD and built one embankment this year. Next year, it was gone. So, there has to be a consensus, a dialogue, and one needs to involve scientists for that, to understand.
For a more long-term solution.
For a more long-term.
Rather than a band-aid
Yeah,
solution.
so the first line of defense has to be the long-term solution also. It cannot be short-term that this year we will just protect this much.
Yes.
Because next year in northeastern states especially, the geography changes drastically after monsoon. Places in Assam, you have seen rivers flowing through this one particular path, and today itself, like what what's coming from Sikkim is that Teesta and another river, they have merged together. So rivers change their courses, rivers also like land also in that sense, like there's landslide and the entire area changes. So the first line of defense has to be something long term, has to be rooted, has to be driven by the community, has to be scientifically imagined, scientifically developed, designed. So these three things, if we do it, then I think we'll be less vulnerable. There will be disasters. There's no, I mean, there will be. It's a part of the entire this thing. But I think we can save a lot of land, lot of resources, lives, if we do that.
Okay, Anupam, thank you so much for joining us and sharing all the inputs. Well, the biggest takeaway is that from what is happening in Sikkim as of now is that there should be more consensus, like Anupam said, and more information sharing with the communities and people on the ground, because they are the first line of defense here. In fact, we also saw in Sikkim today that it was the peoples, the locals, who first responded and got involved in the rescue operations, tried to rescue their neighbors, make sure that the people around them are safe. So that is where the first line of defense begins, and then think ahead what will happen. And also what we need to understand is that we need to adapt to nature rather than molding nature according to our convenience. So these are the things that we need to learn, and also the onus is on the governments, and of course, because it is them who will take, who are on the decision making platforms, and it is completely up to them to make sure that such disasters can be avoided and eradicated, or minimized at least in the future. Anupam, I would like to thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you.
In the meantime, Mr. Tashi Chopel, the Deputy Commissioner of Pakyong, who we spoke to moments ago but could not connect because of the network connectivity, has spoken. He has spoken to media persons in Pakyong. Let's listen into what he had to say.
Damages to the property, right? A lot of it has been, as you can see in the IBM area, around about 100 to 150 buildings have been, 2 floors have been inundated by sludge. And a lot of vehicles also have been damaged, and there is also reports of loss of life as of now.
But is there a certainty about the casualties?
Casualties we are still figuring out. We have, as of now, we are reporting around 20 missing. 20 missing.
We've also received some information about 23 army personnel from Bardhan.
That is also there. Army separately, there are some casualties with regards to the army. We are also hearing 23, but we'll have to confirm with the army with regards to this.
Sir, 150 houses is a confirmed thing about the damages.
I'm saying roughly 100 to 150. There might be more, there might be less, because this starts right from Golitar. So from Golitar, Bagi Khola, Majitar, Rampu. So you can take 150 to 200. I'm just talking about Rampu, around about 100, 150 houses.
Any damages to any of the industries that are lying in the belt, sir?
As of now, we don't have reports. They have not reported to us so far. But if there are, there might be some damages to them also.
SMIT, okay. Sir?
SMIT, yes, ATTC also. So their first floor is also inundated. So I talked to both of them. All the students are fine. ATTC has asked them. They have been asked to leave also. They are going home, so they will not be staying back. With regards to the other people, like we are seeing around about 150 houses in Rampu itself. We are expecting around 3,000 to 4,000 people who have been evacuated last night. Last night around 1:32 evacuations were done by Sikkim Police, by MEO Rampu, and SDM Rampu's team. So all they were evacuated. There are still some people who are still on the houses. So that also are being evacuated by fire service and by NDRF now. And with regards to people who have been evacuated, we have opened 5 relief camps. So they can now go to all the respective relief camps in the district, at Rampu. They are namely, what are the schools?
So
Chanatar School. And then there is that Sikkim Distilleries big hall. Then similarly we have opened Tourism Information Center hall also. And then we have one more at Majigaon. Majigaon we have housing complex, and then mining school hall. So 5 relief camps are being opened. Concerned councillors have been given the charge. Then they are being held by civil defense. They are being held by Sai Samiti, then by Sarathi group, and by all the local whoever are volunteering.
Is there an estimation on how many people might have reached there, sir, by now?
By now, that time in the morning when we went down to two of them, roughly they were around 300-400 were there. 300-400 were there. But slowly they'll all come because all the houses are inundated. So they'll all shift. By afternoon, evening, they'll all come.
So
And by evening we'll give you the number of people also.
And what about the national highway, sir?
National highway. National highway is, as of now, it is being there is sludge area in thing. There is sludge in thing. 9 where? 21 mile, no? Near Bardang. So that is being cleared by NHIDCL.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
हाम्रो कोटरो चाहिँ पानीले चाँदै लग्यो हो 100 मिटरले बाँच्यो हो 100 मिटरले बाँच्यो हो भगवान यहाँ तपाईहरुले हेर्नुस् हो यहाँ मेन्दानजी पुरा पानीले पहिला यहाँ पुरा घाँस थियो आउ चाहिँ पानीले पुरा नुब्यो आउ पुरा यस्तो भनेको छ तपाईहरु हेर्नुस् उतापट्टि चाहिँ डोल्मा सम्बा और डोल्मा सम्बा बने त्यो पुल चाहिँ अब पसेर देख्नु छैन पुरा पानी बन्यो यो पार छ न अझै अर्को जग्गा देखाउँछ
हेर्नुस् तपाईँ यहाँ हाम्रो आकु बोल्दै जानुभयो पानी लिनु यहाँ हेरिहाल्नुस् पुरा पानी छ यी खोलाभरि पानी नहटेर मैदानभरि आएको छ हाम्रो घर पनि टाढो छैन हामी बसेको यहाँ हेरिहाल्नुस् आकु र म छु दुईजना मात्रै छौँ घर यो हो चौरी यहाँ बाँध्छु अब यहाँ हामीलाई रासिनहरू कसले ल्याइदिने यो खोला पानीहरू कसरी कटाउनु कति दिन बस्नुपर्ने हो हेर्नुस् है तपाईहरु यहाँ यसरी भिडियो बनाएर हामी तपाईहरुलाई पठाइदिँदैछु हाम्रो आकुले यहाँ बोल्नुहुन्छ तपाई सुन्नुहोस्
अब यहाँ हेर्नु पुरा यो
damages to the property, right? A lot of it has been, as you can see in the IBM area, around about 100 to 150 buildings have been, 2 floors have been inundated by sludge. And a lot of vehicles also have been damaged. And there is also reports of loss of life as of now.
But is there a certainty about the casualties?
Casualties we are still figuring out. We have, as of now, we are reporting around 20 missing. 20 missing.
We've also received some information about 23 army personnel from Bardang.
That is also there. Army separately, there are some casualties with regards to the army. We are also hearing 23, but you'll have to confirm with the army with regards to this.
Sir, 150 houses is a confirmed thing about the damages.
I'm saying roughly 100 to 150. There might be more, there might be less. Because this starts right from Golitar. So from Golitar, Bagi Khola, Majitar, Rampu. So you can take 150 to 200. I'm just talking about Rampu, around about 100-150 houses.
Any damages to any of the industries that are lying in the belt, sir?
As of now, we don't have reports. They have not reported to us so far. But if there are, there might be some damages to them also.
SMIT, okay. Sir?
SMIT, yes, ATTC also. So their first floor is also inundated. So I talked to both of them. All the students are fine. The ATTC has asked them. They have been asked to leave also. They are going home, so they will not be staying back. With regards to the other people, like we are saying around about 150 houses in Rampu itself. We are expecting around 3,000 to 4,000 people who have been evacuated last night. Last night around 1:32 evacuations were done by Sikkim police, by MEO Rampu and SDM Rampu's team.
लिएर भाइ टिस्टा खोला यी पुलको डिलसम्म छ पुलमाथि चढ्नु आँटेको छ हो अब यहाँ एउटा घर छ दुईटा छ तीनटा छ चारटा छ पाँचवटा छ यति मात्रै हो बाँकी सबै लगिसक्यो ल मेरो पनि यहाँ तल सडकमा आएर पनि सटर भएको दोकानसम्म छ मुनि जानु सकेको छुइनँ रोड चर्केकोले गर्दा ल पाँचवटा घर मात्रै छ अब त्यो पनि खोलाले पुरिसकेको चाहिँ यो तल सीता दिदीहरूको घर खोलाले पुरेको चाहिँ हो 2 तला र 1 तला पुरियो माथिसम्म त्यो छ बिहारी पप्पू घर आदि लोगे आज पोल्टे भएको यो सब यो 3 तला घर हो धुर्व दाजु घर क्या हाम्रो घर अगाडि छ त्यो फर्मुलाको पनि 3 तला रोड माथि र मुनि यो 2 तला पुरियो यो बिचको घर लग्यो यो विष्णु प्रधानको घर पुरियो यो डोमा भाउजूहरू तिनीहरूको कुलदीपहरूको सबको घर पुरियो टप मात्रै छ त्यो पनि हल्लेकै छ यस्तो अवस्था छ र अलिक होसियार भनेर
आपके खबर सुनते हो
हेलो पुनीत
मैदान पानी उता मुकुथाङ जाने रोड गरी रोड पनि पुरा पानीले नुप्यो हो अब यो चाहिँ करिब 20-30 दिनसम्म चाहिँ मान्छे पनि छिर्दैन जस्तो लाग्छ पुरा पानीले भर्यो हो अब हामी दुईजना पनि यहाँ सौताले पनि अलि साह्रो पर्छ जस्तो लाग्यो हो अब मुकुथाङ जाने पुरा रोक्यो खोलाले पुरा
धन्यवाद सुन्नु भएकोमा तपाईहरुले यति नै हो हाम्रो भिडियो लु स्टार्ट गर्नु
लु अब हेर्नुस् हाम्रो कोट चाहिँ पानीले चाँदै लग्यो हो 100 मिटरले बाँच्यो हो 100 मिटरले बाँच्यो हो भगवान यहाँ तपाईहरुले हेर्नुस् अब यहाँ मैदान चाहिँ पुरा पानीले पहिला यहाँ पुरा घाँस थियो अब चाहिँ पानीले पुरा नुब्यो अब पुरा यस्तो भनेको छ तपाईहरु हेर्नुस् उतापट्टि चाहिँ डोल्मा सम्बा अब डोल्मा सम्बा भने त्यो पुल चाहिँ अब पसे त देख्नु छैन पुरा पानी बन्यो यो पार छ न अझै अर्को जग्गा देखाउँछ
हेर्नुस् तपाईँ यहाँ हाम्रो आकु बोल्दै जानुभयो पानी लिनु यहाँ हेरिहाल्नुहोस् पुरा पानी छ यी खोलाभरि पानी नअटेर मैदानभरि आएको छ हाम्रो घर पनि टाढो छैन हामी बसेको यहाँ हेरिहाल्नुहोस् आकु र म छु दुईजना मात्रै छु घर यो हो चौरी यहाँ बाँध्छु अब यहाँ हामीलाई रासिनहरू कसले ल्याइदिने यो खोला पानीहरू कसरी कटाउनु कति दिन बस्नुपर्ने हो हेर्नुस् है तपाईहरु यहाँ यसरी भिडियो बनाएर हामी तपाईहरुलाई पठाइदिँदैछु हाम्रो आकुले यहाँ बोल्नुहुन्छ तपाई सुन्नुहोस्
अब यहाँ हेर्नु पुरा यो मैदान पानी उता मुकुथाङ जाने रोड गरी रोड पनि पुरा पानीले नुब्यो हो अब यो चाहिँ करिब 20-30 दिनसम्म चाहिँ मान्छे पनि छिर्दैन जस्तो लाग्छ पुरा पानीले भर्यो हो अब हामी त्यो जान पनि यहाँ सौताले पनि अलि साह्रो पर्छ जस्तो लाग्यो हो अब मुकुथाङ जाने पुरा रोक्यो खोलाले पुरा
धन्यवाद सुन्नु भएकोमा तपाईहरुले यति नै हो हाम्रो भिडियो ल स्टार्ट गर्नु
लो अब हेर्नुस् हाम्रो कोट रोटी पानीले चाँदै लग्यो हो 100 मिटरले बाँच्यो हो 100 मिटरले बाँच्यो हो भगवान यहाँ तपाईहरुले हेर्नुस् अब यहाँ मैदानजी पुरा पानीले पहिला यहाँ पुरा घाँस थियो अब चाहिँ पानीले पुरा डुब्यो अब पुरा यस्तो भनेको छ तपाईहरु हेर्नुस् उतापट्टि चाहिँ ढोलमा सम्पा अब ढोलमा सम्पा भने त्यो पुल चाहिँ अब पसेर देख्नु छैन पुरा पानी हो यो पार छ न अझै अर्को जग्गा देखाउँछ
लाइट कसरी देखाउँछ लाइट माथि को छ साइडमा लाइट
रूम पे जाना है पुनीत यार तुम्हारा आधार डूब गया होगा डूब जा रहे हो ये टोकन डूबे होता हम लोग डूब गए अभी छूट रहा है पानी छूट रहा है रुक जाओ पीछे पूरा पूरा तुम हेलो
फेरि निकिल हो नि त यहाँ पानी रुख लडेको छ यत्रोबाट भने त नभएकै गाडी निकाल्नु
बाइक लग्यो नि हिँड्नु बगाएर त्यहाँ इजिली बाइक बगाएर लग्यो गाडी
मान्छे भरै लैसक्यो गाडी अझै पढ्नु रहेछ तल्लोपट्टिको घर त लग्यो नि तल्लोपट्टिको सबै लग्यो अब बेसिक चाहिँ टेन्सन छ तल्लोपट्टिको पुरा टेन्सन छ पानी आएको नि माइल NHPC ड्याम TLDP3 त्यो पारिको चाहिँ तपाईको बाङ्गे बजार यो बेले ब्रिज पनि तपाईको डुबिसकेको छ यहाँबाट चाहिँ तपाईको सोरुक समथारहरु जाने बाटो हो यो जुन चाहिँ ब्रिज देख्नु हुँदैछ यो ब्रिज तपाईको डल्लै डुबिसक्यो यो ब्रिज अहिले यस्तो छ सिचुएसन अहिले प्रेजेन्ट
यहाँ अघि इनोभा बगाउँदै गरेको देखेको हामीले इनोभा त लग्यो ओह्रालै
म ल्याउनु सक्थेँ कि टायर पम्चर थियो नि त
बुझाउनु पर्छ नि के हुन्छ अन्त टायरमा
त्यही त
त्यो टायर त पाइहाल्थ्यो त 1000-1500
लिएर भाइ टिस्टा खोला पुलको डिलसम्म छ पुल माथि चढ्नु आँटेको छ हो अब यहाँ एउटा घर छ दुईटा छ तिनटा छ चारटा छ पाँचवटा छ यति मात्रै हो बाँकी सबै लगिसक्यो ल मेरो पनि यहाँ तल सडकमा आएर पनि सटर भएको दोकानसम्म छ मुनि जानु सकेको छुइनँ रोड चर्केकोले गर्दा ल पाँचवटा घर मात्रै छ अब त्यो पनि खोलाले पुरिसकेको छ यो तल सीता दिदीहरूको घर खोलाले पुरेको छ हो 2 तलामा 1 तला पुर्यो माथिको मात्रै छ बिहारी पप्पु घर आदि लग्यो आज पोल्टे भएको यो 3 तला घर हो धुर्व दाजुको हो क्या हाम्रो घर अगाडि छ त्यो फर्मुलाको पनि 3 तला रोड माथि र मुनि यो 2 तला पुर्यो यो बिचको घर लग्यो यो विष्णु प्रधानको घर पुर्यो यो इदोमा भाउजूहरू तिनीहरूको कुलदीपहरूको सबको घर पुर्यो टप मात्रै छ त्यो पनि हल्लेकै छ यस्तो अवस्था छ अलिक होसियार भन्नु
खबर स्कुल के हो
हेलो पुनीत
रूम पे जाना है पुनीत यार तुम्हारा आधार डूब गया होगा डूब जा रही है अभी छूट रहा है पानी छूट रहा है पीछे पूरा पूरा तुम
हेलो फेरि निकिलो अन्त यहाँ पानी रुख लडेको छ यत्रोबाट भने त नभएकै गाडी निकाल्नु मेरो
बाइक लग्यो नि हिँड्नु बगाएर त्यहाँ इजिली बाइक बगाएर लग्यो गाडी
मान्छे भरै लैसक्यो गाडी अझै बढ्न रहेछ तल्लोपट्टिको घर त लग्यो नि तल्लोपट्टिको त्यो सबै लग्यो अब बेबी चाहिँ टेन्सन छ तल्लो गाउँको बिल्डिङहरू पुरा टेन्सन छ पानी हाल्नु नि
सत्ताइस माइल एनएचपिसी ड्याम TLDP3 त्यो पारिको चाहिँ तपाईँको बाङ्गे बजार यो बेली ब्रिज पनि तपाईँको डुबिसकेको छ यहाँबाट चाहिँ तपाईँको स्वरूप समथरहरू जाने बाटो हो यो जुन चाहिँ ब्रिज देख्नु हुँदैछ यो ब्रिज तपाईँको डल्लै डुबिसक्यो यो ब्रिज अहिले यस्तो छ सिचुएसन अहिले प्रेजेन्ट
यहाँ अघि इनोभा बगाउँदै गरेको देखेको हामीले इनोभा त लग्यो ओह्रालै
म ल्याउनु सक्थेँ कि टायर पम्चर थियो नि त
कुदाउनु पर्छ नि के हुन्छ त टायरमा
त्यही त
त्यो टायर त पाइहाल्थ्यो त 1000-1500
Okay, so these are the visuals from the dam in Chungthang that has So these are the visuals from the dam in Chungthang that has completely been devastated. You can see the visuals on the screen. These are exclusive visuals with EastMojo that we have received from Chungthang, and that is the situation. Right, that was the situation earlier in the morning after the flood hit Sikkim. We are also,
as far as this dam is concerned, let's get some details out, Kalyan. It's a 1200 megawatt Mega Teesta Stage 3 hydroelectric project. It was developed by Teesta Urja, took a long time, but now it's been destroyed. So the dam head has been destroyed by the flood waters. It has a gross head of 817 meters and a net head of 717 meters. It stood as a crucial source of power generation, not anymore. Also important to note that the release of water has been to an astounding 5.08 million cubic meters of water from this reservoir, and the water that went down from here has caused devastation downstream in the Teesta river basin.
So the visuals itself describe what the situation have been and the intensity of flood that hit Sikkim, and it still continues. In fact, if it can destroy a dam if a structure this large can be destroyed within hours, so one can only imagine the kind of devastation that it has caused in the rest of the state. Meanwhile, we would like to remind our viewers that rescue operations are still underway. So far, we have received reports of only one casualty. However, 23 army personnel are still meeting. We are still waiting in updates regarding their whereabouts. We are constantly in touch with people on the ground. Our reporter is there. We are also in touch with the army personnel, the Armed Forces Department, and we are waiting for more details regarding the flood affected rescue operation and the intensity of flood and the disaster that has been caused by the flood. On the visuals, you can see the damage that has been caused to the dam in Chungthang. We are also being joined by Pankaj Dungel, who is on ground reporting and giving us constant updates on the flood situation. Pankaj, welcome back again.
Hi, hello.
So, Pankaj, now we are getting reports that the dam in Chungthang has completely been destroyed. What is the situation downhill right now? Last time you mentioned that the the flood water has receded to some extent.
So yes, I think the dam might have been damaged in the flash floods that occurred last night itself. The only problem I think everybody is facing right now is the report to the scene has just come through. I think the networks were cleared only now, and now it's only time when I think the damage that has been caused to Teesta in Singtam is being reported. The water receding that I mentioned is largely because I think the water that might have been collected in the dam reservoir might have got cleared out in the early morning days where all the flash floods did occur in places like Singtam and Nampu, specifically in Sikkim area. This was a morning report, I think, which failed to reach, I think, even Gangtok, the state capital, up until this afternoon. It is only now we are coming to an understanding that the dam in Singtam has actually been, I think, it's damaged. There are video evidences that are coming through. People have been evacuated from the area, is what we've learned. But if we're unable to reach any of the district magistrate or the district authorities at Mangan as of now, I think the networks out there are still cut off.
Okay, and what about the rescue operations in the other areas?
In terms of, I think, rescue operations, what we have learned from the district magistrate in Pakyong district, where Rampu area falls, Rampu bordering with West Bengal, what we have learned from the district magistrate there is, I think, 150 houses have been damaged in Rampu industrial belt area. It's called IBM. That's the local term that's used here. It's just adjacent to Rampu town. And there, apart from the 150 houses, it is clear that 20 civilians and 20 armies in Bodang are confirmed of being missing. They are reported, I think, largely the district magistrate also feared that they could be dead now, by now, because there was one particular body that was recovered by the time we were in Gangtok about an hour ago, but other, they were fearing mostly that they might have been submerged below the sediments from the river or the sludge that has entered most of the houses.
So that's the second body that has been recovered, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, no, one body has been recovered, and that's the only use we could manage. But 20 people are still, 20 civilians are still missing. 23 army personnel at Bodang are still missing.
Okay, and we are also getting a lot of queries regarding the situation in Gangtok. Has Gangtok been affected in any way?
So far, Gangtok has remained mostly safe. There might have been a few slides here and there, but nothing reported big has come through because the river took a different course. The course doesn't come through Gangtok area. It reaches mostly Mangan district and adjacent Singtam Valley area, and it made its way through Rampu to, I think, making its way towards Bengal now, West Bengal.
Okay.
So Gangtok is mostly safe as of now.
And Pankaj, we have not, see, the government is yet to release any kind of report on the damages that has been caused, be it infrastructural damage or human casualty. So, what about you? Have you received any update from the government regarding any assessment report?
Not specifically the state government, but we're yet to receive official information from the Gangtok district administration, but I just happened to speak with the Pakyong district magistrate. On whose account he did mention about these 150 houses. where each of the houses might have almost 2 of their floors being almost left inundated. I mean, people cannot live there anymore. I think those are the houses where people are being evacuated.
Okay.
They're expecting close to 3,000 to 4,000 people to be evacuated from Rampu latest by this afternoon. They're trying their best to do that. There have been 5 relief centers that have been set up in the Rampu area. They are mostly government schools. 2 of them are government school in Chanatar and mining area. These are very close, in close proximity to Rampu. The other is a tourism information center hall, which has always also been opened as a relief center. There is a hall that belongs to Sikkim distilleries, which has also been opened as a relief camp for the people. And there's a housing complex in Maji, which has also been opened as a relief camp. And apart from it, I think in terms of the relief efforts that we have understood so far, I think 150 to 300 people might have already reached these relief camps by now. They were actually evacuated late last night at around before 2 a.m. itself, when the alarms were initially sounded.
Okay, and Pankaj, there were also concerns regarding the water current and the force of water that in Teesta was flowing in. So, what is the situation in Teesta River as of now?
It's safe to say I think it's still very high than the usual rain level that we tend to get. What we have understood from last night is what we saw in Adarsh Gaon and also as in Adarsh Gaon, which is in Singtam, and as well as in IBM area, we can safely say the water level were close to 15 to 20 feet high as they reach even Rampu. So it's very hard to understand how big the damages were higher up in North Sikkim, where the dam has actually been damaged also. But in terms of water level right now, we're clearly trying to understand the fact that I think the high rise in water level was largely because the reservoir of the Chumpang Dam, opened it up, and after that they had to clear the lower dams in Dikchu area also, which has overflown is what we heard in the morning. It was not it was damaged, but the dam has not broken in Dikchu. It has
Partially
overflown
damaged.
from there also. Yeah, Dikchu dam. That's Teesta stage 5.
Okay.
Teesta stage 3 has been destroyed. Teesta destroyed is what we are getting reported. And Teesta stage 5 is it was overflowing from them, and the rest of the water flow or the flash flood reached Singtam and Rampu thereafter.
Okay, thank you so much, Pankaj. Thank you for sharing all the updates, and we'll get back to you as the live program proceeds. Or keep us updated.
Thank you.
So these are the updates that we have on from the ground. In Pakyong, close to 300 people have been rescued, and operations are still underway to rescue more people who are stuck in the flood hit areas. In fact, the water level at Teesta remains to be above the safety level, and however, water levels in some of the areas downhill have receded, but we are yet to get an assessment report of the damage that has been caused due to the flash floods. For various districts, departments and authorities for any kind of inquiry one may have regarding missing personnel, or be it friends or relatives. We have been flashing the helpline numbers on your screen constantly. However, we also request you not to call in the helpline numbers unless it is very urgent or very necessary, so that the lines can be free for those who are in need. So these are the updates that we have from Sikkim as of now. Like I mentioned earlier, we are yet to get an assessment report of the damage that has been caused by the flood. So far, 1 person has been confirmed dead and 23 army personnel are still missing. We are waiting for reports from the army. Because we only want to release the confirmed report. That is why we are dependent on the army officials for any kind of update on the missing personnel. We will keep you updated as soon as we receive the updates. And I would also like to thank our Editor-in-Chief Karma Paljor. Karma, thank you so much for joining us and sharing all the details that you have shared throughout the live, and giving us a broader perspective of the geographical nature of Sikkim and how it could have it has affected the people.
Right, we'll continue to keep you updated. Remember, one of the important things that came out of this discussion is that scientists and weather experts had continuously warned Sikkim and some of the Himalayan states about these extreme weather events, especially of the glacial lake outbursts. So those warnings were out since 2013. As I said earlier, the government of Sikkim had sent an expert group to mitigate that in the Lhonak Lake. We'll continue to focus on this story.